Strategy and Snark presents Dungeons and Dragons Online. And welcome back. Today, taking a look at Epic Gianthold, which I think for maybe the first time, we really do have some scripted differences between the heroic and the epic version. Not really so much in terms of what's actually in the quest, but at least in the storyline that they're presenting, a little bit anyway. Just as a quick note, we are in the heat of summer right now, so to keep me from melting, even at my time of day, I've got an exhaust fan trying to keep the air moving a little bit. It doesn't seem like it's showing up in the audio terribly much, but if you hear a low buzzing sound in addition to normal audio stuff, that's why. Anyway, I've already picked up the quests, but we do have one minor little extra thing that we did not have last time. Is we've recently successfully gone through the hardcore server. I got my little cosmetic eyes, which look so weird on a dragonborn. Like, my thinking was, hey, we'll go get the thing with the eyes because we're a paladin and it glows and it'll be appropriate. And it just looks creepy. Like you extra don't want to be down in the dungeon being evil and see that coming down the hallway. Like, you don't, like the flaming crown thing that we got from what was that? The winter event, I think. And then the eyes, yeah. We also got the little footsteps, which you can barely see because they're, yellow. We have the little footsteps. I got the cloak, but I'm not actually sold on the cloak. It doesn't really speak to me. At least not on this character. I kind of just like the generic blue cloak better. Anyway, cosmetics out of the way. When you come in here for Epic Gianthold, I've already clicked on it, but maybe it'll show it. That's the heroic one. I think it's you. So, they mention all of the stuff that happened the first time you went through Gianthold actually happened. Like, canonically, like, it happened. Which is so different from all the other epic ones they do, because normally, if there's a heroic and an epic version of something, only one of them counts. They don't count it as you having gone there twice. They count it as you went there at some point, and the when is a little wishy-washy. But this one is legitimately, you already went to these places, you already went through the tour, you already killed the dragons, you already saved the Storm Reaver. And now you're back. I should have been running towards this door. So, epic. Even the landscape is a little different. So we go in here on epic, and you can see it right here. Epic Slayer dragons. There can be, obviously not very many, but there can be dragons out here. There were not dragons out here before. I probably should have taken one of the teleporters, but left. Man, I need to make sure I'm pushing the right buttons, although going through the hardcore server, which I just finished all the hardcore stuff, coming back in here, I feel like this is going to be super easy because it's basically hold left mouse button and win. And like worst case scenario, I take some damage. Like, it's nice to be powerful again and not afraid of everything. Wow, this guy has a lot of HP. Or I just didn't cast any of my buffs. How about we do this? Eh. You gonna run away? There we go. Free treasure. 5,000 for one Slayer. Oh, that used to be so good. A keen falchion with holy on it used to be really good. I'm gonna take it. I'm never gonna use it. I'm gonna take it. I want to say maybe I think druids can still use falchions. So yeah, the problem, right? I mean, look at the weapon we're using. We're still using the Barovian Greatsword from level 10. We've had this thing for 15 levels. We're not gonna... We're level 25. Only 4 levels to go, and I think we can equip the level 32 version. Is somebody throwing rocks at me? How dare you? So yeah. We're not going to probably see any dragons out here, but they could be. They're all rare encounters. So it's not like you're going to come out here and there's going to be, like, just some non-named, like, red dragon just kind of running around. It's not... They're all going to be rare encounters like that hunter we just killed. You guys are a little flighty today. Okay. We're going to go do this one first. So, the story as I remember it, because I've never actually done the new epic raid. It was introduced after I stopped playing raids and everything, and I only do things solo. I believe that the story, the conceit anyway, is that dragons are attacking, and whenever dragons are doing anything on Eberron, it's bad news. Because the I think I've mentioned this before, but on Eberron, the dragons believe that if the dragons ever fight, get over a certain amount of agitation, they might accidentally wake up the Eberron equivalent of Tiamat. Giant evil dragon god, which I think is Kyber, if I remember right. Like, just literally the planet itself kind of is a dragon, and if the dragons ever act up too much, it'll wake up that dragon, and the planet will just Unicron itself away. Bad. Click on this sword for free XP. These are the explorers. They don't do this as much as I think they should. I'd like, I don't know if it's coming through the audio, but you can hear the Storm Reaver is narrating his own thing. Big old sword. Yeah, I like these. I think they did a good job when they did the epic here. Not to mention, the story isn't exactly the same. You're going through the same quests, right? We're coming in here to feast or famine. It's the orc encampment. Is there anything new in here? No. But this was a walk-up. This was one of the optional quests the first time around. So there's nothing new in here, because it's not one of the optionals. Or because it is one of the optionals. But, that's fine. There is... Huh. I remember doing more damage. I'm probably forgetting to push a button. Oh, that looked better. That looked a lot better. Stupid hamstring. So, you came here because the dragons are attacking. You know that's a bad thing. And the Storm Reaver has locked himself back in Gianthold Tor, the place where you fight him the first time to stop him from activating the Doomsday device. Because, he just has one of those. And he's locked himself back in the room with the Doomsday device again. And people are concerned. Just... You wouldn't really trust, Batman with a Doomsday device. You especially wouldn't trust, like, the Joker's too far, but like Jason Todd, right? Nominally a good guy, but, you know, troubled past. Probably not who you want to have it. Ah, look at all those numbers. Look at all those numbers. It feels good to have numbers again. Going through hardcore, you're so careful about everything, and I've gotten used to this character, right? We're not even playing on the hard difficulties, right? We're just playing on, well, normal through heroic, and then we upped it to hard for epics because we were slapping everything so hard. And we're still in zero danger. But still, like, I'm just smashing open these doors without a care in the world. Versus hardcore, it's like, man, being careful around every single corner because you're playing on... You start out playing on elite, on everything, because you need the favor to get the rewards. I did a little too much. I actually overshot the required favor, so I could have toned it down a little bit. But man, just hold left mouse button, empty room. This is how I normally play. Well, this plus I usually have 4 more hirelings. Turn too soon. Oh, I can see little gold things for once. So this is kind of refreshing after the self-imposed hell that is Hardcore League. I don't know why I put myself through it. I literally... How long did it take me? It probably took me a month. Of off and on, like, not always playing it, but like, especially if it was like too late at night to really make any progress here. You know, it definitely took some recording days away. Added a lot of stress. Also that guy right there, that guy, that's what he's seeing coming at him. It's all just cosmetics. Which is honestly something that I can get behind that. I can get behind limited time cosmetics as being the rewards for things. Perfectly happy with that. If they would put... If you had to play hardcore to get like a class, I'd hate that. Just the concept. I would hate it outright. Even if it was like a race, like a like a elf versus wood elf kind of thing, like it's just it's just like stout halfling, right? It's just halfling but slightly different. Don't care. Hate it if I'd have to go to hardcore for it. Little footstep thingies? Yeah, sure. I will just voluntarily go to hardcore to get little footsteps. I shouldn't. It's bad for my heart. I still play solo all the time, so... Hey. How dare you slow down my slaughter of all your people? I haven't even used a smite. And whack. Oh, come on. Couldn't one-shot that guy. Oh well. There's not really anything special for me to talk about in these quests. You know, if I remember my list of quests right, it's going to be a while before we see a brand new quest for Epic. Most of what we're doing is revisits. Oh, I guessed right. But, to me, this is all novel again. Like, technically, yes, I actually ran through Gianthold twice on hardcore, because I also did it on epic mode for the XP, because needed XP. I didn't do all the quests, though. Oh no, a trap. Has that trap, like, damaged me any time in the last 10 years? No. Because most of the time you just... don't care, right? Zero danger, just flopping myself through that trap, right? Unless you're on hardcore server, and then you're like, okay. Right? Just because it's hardcore. I'll see, man. I walked through, took 40 damage, right? Even on hardcore, like, why would I care about 40 damage? Granted, I am on epic mode. And I have over 100 physical resistance. I didn't like that thing flashed green alert there. They've been talking about changing the dungeon alert system lately. Oh, is that a remnant? I'll take that. They've been talking about changing dungeon alert, which doesn't make sense to me because nobody likes dungeon alert, and far as I know, like, it doesn't actually do anything other than annoy people. Like, we've had dungeon alert, right? Playing through this playthrough, we've hit red dungeon alert now and then. And I am killing everything as we go. Like, I am playing by myself. I'm not exploiting anything. And we've still hit red dungeon alert. Just by walking down hallways. Like, do you really want me to throw a rock at that guy for 10 minutes to kill him? Not gonna do it. If you want me to kill him, give me a ladder. Okay? Oh, this is what I'm forgetting. Oh, then I missed. But yeah. If you... So supposedly Dungeon Alert was there for, like, stopping people just zerging and ignoring the bad guys, but... their plan was to make you go kill more bad guys? Like... I want to say they were changing the XP bonuses you get for killing things. Like, right now, we're going to kill this guy. I'm going to just step in here to break line of sight. We got plus 25% XP for killing 108 monsters, right? So they were going to move that to be like some way higher number, I guess. So you had to go out of your way to clear the dungeon to get the biggest bonus. But doesn't that just add to the server problems? Because then you had to go out of your way to aggro more things that like would never have needed to load to begin with. And the second I leave that quest, okay? The second I leave, they can delete that instance, right? I can't even go back in. There's nobody else in there. If the couple archers I left behind are still pulling on the server, fix that on your end, right? Go delete the instance when I leave. Like, why is it on me to kill the thing that shouldn't even exist anymore? I don't know. I am just rambling as I... stream of consciousness. That's what it is. Thought to thought. It's nice to see things fall down. So on hardcore, I was playing a druid because the internet in general said that the new Thorn druid was gonna be super good. And I gotta say, I got really burned out on druid, and it didn't take very long. Like, it was not... I don't think druid's for me. Maybe it's just because I'm used to the paladin, right? I walk up to a bad guy, I hold mouse button, and it goes blop, and I cut the guy in half. That's exciting. We're going to go in here. We're going to cut a lot of guys in half. Especially on hardcore, because you're going slow and careful, right? The Thorn Druid had, like, 2 long-range damaging spell SLAs. Because you pretty much only use SLAs in this game. You don't cast real spells out of your spell book anymore. Because they cost, like, 300 SP, like, per cast. After you put all the meta magics on them. So I never cast anything that's not an SLA. A spell-like ability that you get from, you know, these. Things you get out of your trees and stuff that you can put the meta magics on for free. That's all I ever cast. Outside of buffs. I think my sorcerer uses Meteor Swarm because I've got enough cost discounts that it's not outrageous. Fine. But still, I've got 2 thorn spells. And they both literally throw 1 thorn, pew, and hit 1 guy. So if there's 5 guys in the room, I have to hit that button 5 times between the 2 buttons. And it got really tiresome to basically... It was like playing the entire game with a sniper rifle, okay? It was like everything I do would kill something in 1 hit, but it was 1 button, 1 kill. You'd walk in, kill, kill. Wait for cooldowns. Kill, kill. Wait for cooldowns. And half the icons were wrong. I think, like, 3 of my spells all had the exact same icon. So that was a little frustrating. What was supposed to be the AoE spell, you know, so I could kill more than 1 guy at a time. First of all, it was not like a fireball. It was like a area effect immediately around me. Except unlike a burst of energy, or even a cleave, like this hits everything. Do I not have jump still? Where's my jump at? This is why we have jump potions. Boing. Anyway. The AoE spell for the Thorn guy literally just spits out thorns in every direction, but the individual physical little, like, sprites or whatever of Thorn have to physically make contact. Just like how when you're shooting a bow, your arrow has to physically hit the enemy for it to count as hitting it. That's the same with the Thorn spells. So it was only actually shooting like 8 thorns around me. And so if people were not standing at the exact right angles, I didn't hit them. Like, I was having trouble hitting even just, like, the guy in front of me. I ended up, like, I spec'd out of it. Like, I couldn't make that spell hit more than maybe 1 guy at a time, and it was supposed to be my, oh no, I'm surrounded button. And then the second you hit epics, right, you get your capstone, which is supposed to be your big, cool, like, I got this cool spell I can cast basically at will. Useless, because it's scaled for heroics. You have to be level 20 to get it. Maybe 18. No, I had to be level 20. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had to be level 20 to get it. Whatever it was. It was like, Cloud of Bugs or something that you... It is a fireball, only bug-themed. You know. But it's slow. It would fit... It was like an actual cloud of bugs that had to slowly fly over to the target. And then it would explode. And it only did half of the damage type I was specialized in. And I was epic. Like, everything had quadrupled in hit points because we're an epic all of a sudden. And so it was just immediately useless. Just immediately useless. Because everything in the epic trees that you get access to immediately just night and day outshone all of it. I don't know. It was... I'm glad I played it because I was thinking of making it like on my main account, and I'm glad I'm not going to bother because it ended up being a little... Let me put it this way. I'm really glad that I did not start this project of playing through every quest when that was the new hotness, because I might have picked it and I would have been so bored of that already. You would think that a spellcaster would be more interesting, but even if you're casting spells out of the Druid spellbook, it's still a more limited spellbook, for one thing, right? All I'm doing is bam, mouse button, and I'm perfectly happy. Especially now that I'm coming off of, you know, the two-gun salute, I guess, is all that the Thorn Druid was doing. Perfectly happy just knocking these guys' heads together. I'd rather be Goku with a great sword. You know, I'm just happy to be off hardcore because I can just sprint through everything too. Man, it took so long to do everything because I play solo. We are beating in so many more faces. So, I guess to talk about this quest, this one is not one of the ones that has any changes. We are still here for the Giantish Relic. We're still dealing with the conspirators. The ones off the top of my head that I'm sure there's changes. I know Prison of the Plains has a change. And I think some of the dialogue in Crucible is slightly different. I think they acknowledge that this is not your first time through. We'll find out when we get there. But I think that's basically what they say. Hey, you know, you've done it before, but can you do it again? You won't get so lucky this time, kind of deal. Where things really change, and I really wish I could show it off, there's an entirely new raid at the end, right? So the original raid, which we never did, you go in, the Storm Reaver is in the room, somebody's got to tank the Storm Reaver because he'll come try to kill all of you, while you try to, like, disarm, like, the security system that's stopping you from actually disarming the Doomsday device. The whole first, you know, the first three, I was going to say 3/4. It's really the first 90% of the Reaver's Fate, that raid, is just opening the door to the Doomsday device. And then you hope that you don't have anyone who just decides to Leroy Jenkins themselves into the puzzle. There's a puzzle, but it is almost never solved raw. It is literally Mind Trap. I think that's the name of that game. The one where it's like you put the different color pegs in, and your opponent has to guess what the color pegs in, and you tell them whether, like, how many they got exactly right and how many they got the right color but the wrong spot. That game, it's literally that. So as long as nobody runs up and just starts, like, pulling levers to force guesses, it's unfailable because people just alt-tab out. They plug it into an online solver, and they just plug in exactly what the answer is. I would like to solve it normally, but you know, people sit there for what, 20 minutes to do that raid? Give or take. I can understand what people, and I say sit around, okay? I mean literally sit around. You have 12 people in that group, okay? One person tanks the Storm Reaver. Maybe one person heals the tank. And everybody else stands there on the other side of the room waiting for a trigger for one person to go hit a lever. That's the raid. That's what the raid has devolved down into. I don't believe they've changed that one. Not in a while. But anyway, the new raid. New raid is brand new. And it brings up a fascinating plot thread that I don't know why we didn't, like, notice this, right? I can't believe that I didn't see more theories about this on, like, Reddit. I guess Reddit didn't exactly exist at the time. Just so I don't forget later. As we have seen in the Gianthold tour, there are these pairs of dragons and giants that we have to kill them at the same time in order to keep them dead. Because if only one of them dies, the other one just gets back up again, and it could be annoying to go back and forth. We're going to get there. We're going to very easily get through that. I'm pretty sure they're not going to stand a chance. But you know, I've been wrong. The thing is, though, you go in and you fight the Storm Reaver, you hold him off long enough to open the door, then you knock him down, you know, you kill him, basically. I think you kill him. And then you disable the thing and you walk away. There was no dragon, right? There are 3 pairs of giant and dragon blocking your way to get to him. Where's the dragon for the Storm Reaver? You think he doesn't have one? That's the question that is answered by the new raid. Alright, Crucible. This is one that I did not do on hardcore, so I am not as immediately practiced with it. And I don't have all my hirelings I normally have, so I'll have to finagle this a little bit, but we're going to get through it. But yeah, the new raid basically is like, oh yeah, by the way, here's the dragon. And you have to fight the dragon and the Storm Reaver at the same time. And it turns out the dragon was the bad guy all along. Because they usually are. Ha! I forgot, I'm a charisma character now. On hardcore, you know, my 8 charisma as a druid didn't get any of this. Can I pass your thingy? Fail. We try again. Come on, give me a high roll so I know. Okay, 19, I failed. How about you? I think I'm supposed... Yeah, okay, we passed that one. Cool. Da 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 da. Okay, he does not acknowledge that we've already done this. I thought that he did. Oh well. They do acknowledge it on... Let me see if it'll be in here. Gianthold. Cassisi, return. Storm Reavers come back to Gianthold with news of dragons attacking giants. He'll take your help. Of course, he'll gladly take our help. We were there to help him before. So, Prison of the Plains, just the quest log. They're sending you to the prison again, but they're sending you to learn the truth behind the dragon attacks and such. So some of these actually do mention I really thought I was waiting on him. Some of them, at least Prison of Plains, I am sure that the actual quest has at least a little different dialogue in it. Physically, yes, these are all going to be the same, right? It's an epic revamp, but it's still a revamp, right? They're not going to make the quests different. But, functionally they play a little different. I mean, yeah, the walk-ups are just hallways with monsters. We're going to just home run bat through all of them. But hey, we're in Crucible. We are still a land-bound paladin. Let's see how easy I can do this maze this time. The maze is by far the hardest part of Crucible, and thankfully it's right at the beginning. It's not hard because the maze is hard, it's hard because I don't have other people to pull levers. Let's see, we're going to kill everybody over here. They are doing reasonable damage to me, and I'm not getting it resisted like I feel like it should be. Are they breaking through my fortification? Alright, we're going to try something. We're going to take our armor off and put our armor back on and see if we still take as much damage as we were. Oh, yeah. Weird. Anyway, it's not enough to even give me pause. We're just going to keep going. Eventually I'll find something better than my level 5 armor that we've been wearing for 20 levels. Alright, you stay here for now. Ah, crap. What do we got? Can I adrenaline my... No. Can I use that? There we go. We'll crusade while we throw an axe at this guy. Oh, hello, random people. Would you also like to fall down? Alright, you stay there. I'm probably going to move you again. Really? He's got music notes around him, which makes me think he was buffed by one of the spellcasters in here somewhere, but eh. It's a maze. I always start on this side over here because it's the easy one. Doesn't take any effort to get our first crest. It's right here. Ugh, the hyena screech. Alright, got the snake crest. Let's... I don't suppose this happens to be snake? Bad. Well, snake is over there, so it could be better, could be worse. Is that where the second one is? I don't think it is, but let's find out. I don't think it is, off the top of my head. You. Passive, so you don't run away. And go ahead and use it. And now we'll... Oh, it was this one. Alright. 2 down, 1 to go. Scorpion. Are we lucky enough that these... No. I don't think I could have got all the way to the other crest thing anyway. Now we need to push this button a bunch of times and hope that he... We got it. Okay, okay. So we need bat. Blech. But hey, we got 2 out of the 3 things with very little effort. Gonna kill this guy just so that the hireling doesn't get attacked. Normally I run with a full suite of hirelings, so I can leave one of them on all of the levers. Like, I don't actually have to pay attention as I run through the maze. But we're playing without any of my normal niceties. That's the whole point. We're just assuming you have access to all of the content. As much as I would love to just summon all of the hirelings, I will say that's probably why I made it through hardcore. Because I play by myself, but I don't play fair. You know, going through Harbor, right? I'm a little baby druid. Pretty much anything could kill me if they crit. But there are 5 bodies between me and any of those enemies. I actually want you over here. Oh, I'm going to turn it. No, because that one's going to shut on me. Yeah, I gotta trust the hireling to do it. I'll try to do it myself. Hey, it worked! That's not supposed to work. Alright, what are the odds that I can just spam the button? Nope. I think he wants to go to that vase. The vase doesn't exist anymore. Go back. I'm looking at him on the map, right? So he is there. Go back to where I put you. Go back to where I put you. Oh, fuck. He did it after I already gave up and was going to go back. Okay. We have all 3 crests. So the good news is we can just slam 2 of these in with no issues. I am too far north of where I want to be. Not there. Where's the... Oh, is it that way? Fine. Go hit the thing one more time. I believe in you, hireling. Oh, I can't tell him to use the barrel. Get out of here, barrel. Go. Touch the only thing that is touchable in your vicinity. Hooray! Alright. I'll go the long way. Okay, not that long. Why are you following me? We're gonna go put this one in easy because we can literally just walk right to it. Boop. 1 down. Then we're gonna go put the second one in because it's almost as easy. I mean, we're still gonna just walk to it. I just have to remember what the actual path is. The maze isn't actually that complicated. There's only so many ways you can go. There we go. You should be over here. We're going to try to run our way through the thing again. And yep, it didn't let us do it that time. I could just run around, right? I could literally run around, but I made it. I'm going to take it. I'm not going to give it back. Alright, so around this corner is the last lever. But we need to kill... I'm sure that there's somebody up there. Yep. Can't leave the hireling there because he'll just get killed by whoever's up there. This is why Dungeon Alert doesn't work. Do you really expect me to sit here on every single dungeon and just never ignore the archers that I can't reasonably reach? Boop, boop. I think I need to hit it already. And then... I'm not the only one who can walk through. They might as well just have a button for use nearest valve. Like, use nearest interactable object or something like that. I'm going to leave it targeted in case this is not the right way to go. It is, okay. It's easier to make them do it if you've got a hard lock on the valve. There we go. Ba-doop, ba-doop. And doop. There we go. Oh no, we took like almost 100 damage and still walked away. Is the door the right spot? Nope. If I was smart, I would have already hit that one. But I can up. Jump potion. There we go. Jump into the middle. Jump over here, and now we're on the side that has that switch that flipped the door. Doop doop. And now I think, oh. Now that one's closed. Why is that one closed? Didn't we come through there? Oh no, because I went through the middle. I know what I'm doing. I just forgot a step. Once you've got the middle open, you can just kind of shortcut your way all over the place in the maze. Ta-da! Treasure chest right there. If you have somebody go push that eye door one more time. But it's just generic stuff, like, it's not worth it. Wait for them to close the door. Then open the door. Do not give the game the opportunity to skip triggers. Do not put the horn in before they shut the door. Or you can't open the door because you said open too soon. It'll close and you'll be stuck. And you'll be frustrated because you just finished the maze. Let's see, what's next? The agility trial, right? I mean, I guess it does say it right there, what order they're in. Alright, let's see if my 11 dexterity is going to be fast enough. Alright, alright. Let's do some stretches. Alright, alright. Go. Gonna jump on this barrel, which lets me normally jump up there, which apparently my jump is still really bad. So jump, jump. Take 70 damage, don't care. Take 70 damage, don't care. Dah. We're plenty fast to make it. He should have been... I'm used to playing with more jump, right? Even with my jump potion, I'm not actually as jumpy as I would like to be. Normally I can jump on that barrel right there and make it all the way up. But instead, one extra jump. Ignore all of the trap damage. Yoink. Remember, we're actually on hard mode. We're not just playing normal mode. We're on hard mode, and we are still ignoring the traps. Hello. I'm not going to eat you. Kobolds taste terrible. And because I passed that check at the very beginning, we don't have to worry about any of the falling down or anything. We could just go straight through. Isn't that great? If I can't do the map, because that's what the thing was. You get a trick map, you give it to the orcs. The orcs all end up falling down because you gave them a trick map. So, normally I just send my hireling to attack, and when the hireling steps on the cracks, it breaks. Good enough. I do not want you screwing up. Do we have wisdom? We kind of have wisdom. The 6th door hides death. Okay. Is that our clue? So, nearest the book hide death. Okay. So not those two and not 6. Who is 6? It's on the floor. 1, 2, 3. Lag. 4, 5, 6. So not 6. Not the ones in the middle. Not odd. Okay. Well, if it's not odd, it's not 6. It's got to be 4, right? Apparently not. I guess it could have been... No, because 2 is right there. It can't be odd, which leaves 2, 4, 6. And it can't be 6 or 2. This is why people don't bother actually doing this. They just click the same door over and over until it's right. Which we just happened to get it right on the next one, but yeah. I would prefer if it was like a riddle you could solve, but I don't think it's been a true solvable thing in a long time. Either that or maybe I'm rolling like a wisdom check and failing, and that's why the data was wrong. You tell me. It said, nearest the book hide death. That's got to be the 2 in the middle, right? 6th door hides death. Odd numbered doors hide death. There's only 6. Am I wrong that if all 3 of those are correct, then it has to be door number 4? Because 1, 2, 3, 4. Because 2 and 5 are next to the book. 1, 3, 5 are odd. 6 is specifically called out. It's gotta be 4. Maybe I read my Roman numerals backwards. Maybe I clicked on 6 and I thought it was 4 because I wasn't paying attention. I don't know. In any case, these guys have got to be pretty disheartened that there's just like some guy throwing an axe. That's a long way to throw an axe. Like, we're easily 60 feet away. That's a long way to throw an axe. Because remember, you're not just having to get it that far. You're having to get it that far with enough momentum to harm the thing you're hitting. Oh, that one can heal himself. I could do that too, I just don't want to. Fall down. Thank you. Why am I shooting these? I have freedom of movement. My whole reason for killing these at range was I don't trust them not to cast Sleet Storm and have me fall into the maze. But I have freedom of movement. Sleet Storm shouldn't work on me anyway. I do have freedom of movement, right? Do I not have freedom of movement? Is that not a paladin spell? I'm just used to it being a divine spell? I don't have it. Okay, so I was right the first time. Short of... Yeah, I was right the first time. Well, back to throwing things. Look at that massive 1 to 2 damage we're getting off of our quiver. Every free damage is free damage. Granted, we won't kill that guy without a crit. Come on. Oh, got it. Okay. One more. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go stab him. I'm gonna take a jump potion though, so we're less likely to just fat finger our way through. Make sure the ladders are down. Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the butt to do without my extra hirelings. Oops. See, there's Sleet Storm. Just, this is why you use the range, because otherwise you're standing here, getting shot at, standing in, like, I can't see. I'm pretty sure that if I line my camera up like this, I could go forward. And I can see him. He's right there. But I don't trust that I can actually jump when I'm in the Sleet Storm. Fine. We're gonna go forward. Slowly. And we're free. That's why I throw the axes. So you don't end up standing on these ledges, stuck in a Sleet Storm. I knew I was on a east-west facing ledge, so I could line myself up in with my map. So I knew exactly which direction I was going, but I didn't know how far I could go. I could have fallen into a gap. I just knew there was floor in front of me. Okay. You are currently on F. Boing. Boing. You are also on F. Okay, they're probably all on F. I believe they all start on the same... Start on the same one. Yep. By design. They're all on F. Oh, I was going to leave the hireling on one of these. You stay. Did you not come to me when I called you? You stay there. Alright. If for some reason you're watching this video before having seen the heroic one, this is what all those wheels are on. We're going to pull the lever, get 3 colors. We need to make all those wheels. To the right one. There's red, blue, green. Get out of here, vase. And barrel. Yeah, take that. If any of them show up on this one, we don't flip that one because it's already right. And then the number of crystals over your color is how many times you have to rotate that one. So let's see. Not doing red. Blue needs to go to the N, and green needs to hit him twice. Use. Use. Alright, I used it twice. I saw it rotate. Now I'm going to run to the blue and put it on the N. And we ignore red because red was on the first crystal. So it's already red. Done. You have a lot of time to do that puzzle. I had enough time. I could have ran over to green, flipped it myself, then ran over to blue. If you're doing it yourself, I think the biggest tip is if you flip this and none of them are in the first slot, just wait for it to expire. Just wait. You'll get a new combination. Hit it again. And just kind of mulligan until one of them is there. It's so much easier to have to just go get two of them than all three of them. Especially if you're not using a hireling. Man. I've said it before, but these guys, I'm not sure that they realize, like, I've killed so many of them. Do they really think that they're going to be the one? We'll open up the shortcut. Leave the hireling here. Because we're solo, we have to do the swim ourselves. Gonna go right through that. Don't care. Just don't care. I'm never going to take enough damage to care. Look how sloppy I did this. We've still got over half our HP. Treasure chest in there I can't unlock without the key. I didn't even stop for air. I just hit auto run. So we're going to auto run against the current, and we're in. People used to fight over who had to do the swim because you had to break off from the group. There was a good chance of you dying an embarrassing death in the middle of the river and nobody being able to come get you. Heal me. Heal. You hear me? Thank you. Thank you for doing your job. And you had to do this fight by yourself because there was nobody else with you. And I can't see who the caster is, but there we go. All dead. Obviously, it's not much for us, but usually you'd be sending, like, your rogue, right? Somebody with evasion. Yes. I wanted the gold key. Normally you send the rogue. The rogue would have a hard time clearing that whole room. I mean, these days anybody can do it, but I remember back in the day, people would put up, postings for Crucible, and they'd be like, hey, we need a swimmer. We need somebody who can do the swim. Learning it was nerve-wracking, right? Because I wasn't on a rogue. I think I learned it on a Pale Master. Because not too long after Pale Master was introduced, back when you still had the giant watermelon aura, it was pretty strong. Like, you were basically every... I mean, it still works that way now, but every tick of the aura was full health. So, oh no, a trap. Okay, I'm fine. Oh, I'm fine. Oh, I'm fine. As long as you weren't chained. Oh, I need to actually hit the thing first. As long as you didn't end up getting chained by it, you were fine. 7 ticks of the trap at the same time, bad. Anything else, full health the whole time through. Alright. That's what I get for going after an optional chest. That chest does have named loot. Unlike most side chests. Really? That's the one you decide to climb up. Underwater. Unlike most side chests, that one actually does have named loot in it. And I want to say unique named loot. Like, does not show up in the end chest. You have to actually... Like, that chest has its own unique loot in it. Sadly, we didn't get any today. I don't think I'd use it even if we got it, though. We are... What level is this quest, technically? 25? Alright. We're not over-leveled. We might be a touch overpowered, but we're not over-leveled. That's good old Paladin for you. Really, this is the kind of game where any character can feel overpowered, right? If you have your build and you know what you want to do and you know like where the synergies are, like the fact that we're just leaning on charisma, we're full charisma, that's great, right? That by itself is giving us so much free defense. We don't have to worry about our other stats or anything. It's very easy to be a Feydark Paladin. Like, the hardest thing about this build is that you have to buy Feywild. Because you have to either... buy Feydark Illusionist tree, or you buy the Feywild pack and go earn the Feywild Illusionist tree. I think you should buy Feywild anyway. Like, if you're playing this game, like, yeah, you should have Feywild. So that's kind of a non-issue, but, like, I get it. Spell not prepared. What did I prepare on top of prayer? Did I need Death Ward? I think I needed... I don't know. I probably did it for a reason. And someone will probably comment being like, that was like literally like last episode. You switched it out to do this. Like, Blop, blop, blop. Blop, 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 blop. Talk, talk, talk. Talk, talk. Talk, talk, talk. Come on, man. Oh, I forgot another buff. There we go. You in particular. Ghost Walker. Waker. Ghost Waker. I always thought it was Ghost Walker. I've never actually said that out loud. Ghost Waker. You just go around waking up ghosts? That's rude. Gut chewer? Why would you want to chew on guts? That just sounds gross. Which... Don't ask me why I'm suddenly reminded of this. But I was watching a different YouTube video, and they mentioned blue goo. And there was a Dr. Seuss book about somebody eating blue goo. So I had to look it up, right? Like, because I, 30 years ago, sure, I read that book. I don't remember which one. And it was way, way worse than I thought. Because they were just like, oh man, yeah, remember that book that, like, the guy eats some blue goo? And, like, why would you just eat blue goo? Like, that's bad enough. I went and actually looked at it. It's Fox in Socks. It's one of the tongue twister books. Like, specifically a tongue twister book. Which is something, like, when Dr. Seuss gives you tongue twisters. But yeah, it was a goose. And there was blue goo. But you do not simply eat blue goo or drink blue goo. You, of course, chew blue goo. I'm just like, oh, is that like eating silly putty? Just chewing on blue goo? Like, I don't want to eat something described as goo to begin with, and then blue is just weird. Alright, named item. What? +3 max dex bonus. That's literally all it does for a level 24 item. I guess it's technically a belt. And normally that'd be something you can only get on, like, the armor itself, I guess. So maybe if you really wanted that effect, I don't know. I mean, I'm glad it exists rather than not exists, but that's interesting. It has a augment slot. I don't like augment slots. I never use them. We got a lot of XP though. Oh hey, we could level up. So we've done 1/3 of Gianthold. Now, we did the long one. Crucible's the hard one. Hardest quest out here. In a Dark Souls-y kind of way, it's my favorite quest out here, just because of the number of things you have to do, and it feels good to know I can jump through all those hoops and make it through. Feels good. You know, I can at least understand the giants. They're like, ha, some guy is here, let's crush him. But still, nobody's stopping to go, this guy kind of got here by himself? Like, maybe it's not a fluke that he's here. Right? Maybe he could pick us up and hit, like, just reach my little dragonborn tiny little claws up and just grab 2 giants and just be like, now kiss. So we're running down to the second set of quests. Because they should just be basically straight south, yeah. As long as I don't slip and fall in the lava. Hey, stealth guy. Bye, stealth guy. I did not mean to push that button, but I'll take it. We only need to kill 6 more giants. Get a big chunk of XP. Alright. I have heard that people really do like epic slayers. Like, they come out in these zones and just kill enemies, and it's good XP. I tried it for all of 10 minutes. Because I'm on hardcore, right? This should be the easiest XP. Go out into a wilderness and just farm easy bad guys. I couldn't do it. Just they're not densely packed enough, like, and you know, Thorn Druid was pew pew, wait on cooldown. Like, okay, this is gonna take forever. Although I am seeing some pretty dense packs out here, and considering we can cleave, like, I could understand coming out here and just beating things up. Ooh, a named guy. Hello, named guy. Are you worthy of being smote? Old monster. I'm not a monster. Although from their point of view. What? Who? Okay. We're just... It's a party now. Okay. Give it a yell. Where is Andaro? He's just getting batted back and forth by this guy, like... That was a lot of guys. And we'll just pile them up. Leave them as a warning for the next group. Oh, hey. Free XP. So, the truthful one that he's mentioning here, the truthful one is his dragon. Like, his matched pair dragon. The truthful one got into his mind control-y kind of stuff, and made him try to activate the Doomsday device. I want to say when you go into the raid, the new one, the Fall of Truth is what it's called. Truth, as in the truthful one. That's the dragon's name, because I guess they just named themselves whatever sounds cool at the time. He is, I want to say he's a Draco Lich. He's either a Draco Lich or he's a Spectral Dragon. I think he's a Draco Lich. Which is both how the Storm Reaver survives the raid where you beat the crap out of him because the dragon's still alive somewhere. But also, that's how the Storm Reaver is alive at all, because they were paired way back in the day, and he just doesn't quite realize it. So the Storm Reaver should have died a long time ago, but I think the truthful one used the whole ancient giant war, cataclysm, Korai invasion. I think that's what he used to ascend to Lichdom. And I want to say that the raid ends with, the new raid ends with the Storm Reaver allowing you to kill him specifically because it will screw with the truthful one. Like, he's just like, yeah, you can't kill the truthful one until I die, so I'm gonna stop fighting now. I'm just gonna let you do it. Sure, I one-shot him after he's used his little teleport and heal thing, or invisibility and heal. That's the guy I want dead. And we failed. I think my thing was still on cooldown. We have to wait for him to come back to kill him to get the next wave. Does True Seeing break his invisibility? No. Alright, that one's dead at least. So we'll kill these guys. Adrenaline Smite. Aw. I thought Adrenaline was supposed to be auto crit. I guess I never invested in any of the crit confirmation stat. Alright. Hurry up and band-aid yourself so I can stab you again. Like Imagine you're that guy, right? You have successfully disengaged. You've successfully stopped me from killing you. And you just drop invisibility so you can stab me for 20 more damage? Madness, I tell you. This is the second longest quest. I probably should have done the 2 walk-ups rather than come in here and slowly defend these crystals. Man, these guys are hitting for like 30 damage. That'd be impressive if, you know, I have over 1,000 HP. I'm still not convinced that my PRR is actually triggering. Alright. Hireling's gonna mark the door I want to go through. Come on, Hireling. Your job is literally to stand there. As we lag away. Your job is literally to just stand there. So, kind of popping around a little bit, but whatever. Let's see. Adrenaline Smite. Oh, I missed. Oh, no, I didn't. I'm trying not to kill the guy. I don't think you can kill the seer, but let's not try. Okay, you're standing vaguely where you should be. See, these ones I can understand the dungeon alert thing. Like, yeah, these guys I could just walk past them and they'd be active for probably going to be in this quest at least 20 minutes. Just because I can't speed up the crystals. Out of my way. There are a lot of bad guys in this quest. I did this one on hardcore. I did do this one. I did not do Crucible on hardcore. I could have. I didn't trust the swim. Because, like, I mean, I can do the swim. And I can do it without being as sloppy as I was this time. But, you know. I've got HP. What's the point of having HP if you don't use it? Yeah, I didn't do anything that would risk me. I actually also... I didn't do Prison of the Plains. I eventually went back and did it, but I wasn't planning on doing Prison of the Plains. Because I didn't trust the little... the quest item you have to pick up at the end of the quest. Because you click on it and the game says, nah, better not. And if you click on it a second time, you die. And I didn't trust the game not to, like, double input. And just, you lose your hardcore character because you clicked on a thing. Didn't trust it. I have heard that if you leave one alive, then they won't spawn a new wave because the wave hasn't died. It did not work for me the one time I tried it. My experience has been each individual guy is on a respawn timer. Because you'll notice, like, we killed them kind of one at a time, and then they spawned kind of one at a time as their timers expired, and they respawned. So I could maybe understand if you use a sphere of dancing or something, and you crowd control all of them so that they're, you know, not attacking you but not dead. But at that point, just kill them. Because the new guys are going to spawn right into the dancing orb anyway. Bum 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 bum. It'd be nice if killing the enemies sped up the crystal. I don't think it does. It feels like it does, but that's probably wishful thinking or some variation on the placebo effect. But it does seem like a lot of the time I kill an enemy and the second he dies is when it, you know, he says something. Like it's waiting for you to kill X number of monsters and that's what actually pushes it forward. So killing them faster makes the crystal go faster. Again, it's anecdotal. And considering how often we're killing things, of course it's going to look like you kill something and the words come up because you're killing things most of the time. I mean, if it does it now... Like, come on, are you... So there we go. We killed something, and then there was a beat, and then it broke. So it's like, okay, inconclusive. Still, one down. Easy one down, but one down. I guess I could cast my... I say temporary buffs, but 2 minutes is a pretty good amount of time. 2 minutes is a whole fight without having to worry about hitting the button again. Oh, great sundering. What was that? Your armor class has been lowered. Oh no, it's only 32. What was it before? 40. That's terrible. That is terrible. Like, hilariously bad armor for level 25. I've got 5th edition characters that can get 40. Oh, that guy's... That guy hit me for 141. Did I miss something? Oh no, that was only 20. That's 30. That's kind of where we've been. It's getting late, but I want to get through Gianthold in one sitting. It might not happen because Gianthold is long. Ooh. That was almost a good plan, Mr. Mr. Minotaur. I gotta give him credit for the Minotaur charge that almost knocks me into the lava. That's a plan. That's a pretty baller plan. It didn't work. But it didn't not work, right? Oh, see? I tried to do it again. Maybe I should just stop standing next to the, like, cliff overlooking lava. Maybe, you know. I mean, there's poor life choices for you. Oh, well, yeah. Good old, like, Uncle Ted or whatever fell in some lava because he was standing next to some lava. Yo, you gotta go through effort to find lava. Like, if you know anyone who's died in lava, there's a story there. Just guaranteed. Like, you were either like a volcanologist that, like, slipped somewhere, you know, which is tragic, but you were still a volcanologist, right? You were still... Oh, this is not going to end well. You still had a really cool job. You kind of booked up, but I gotta imagine that you had a pretty cool life up to that point if you were the kind of guy who gets to study volcanoes and stuff up close. I guess you could be... I'm trying to actually focus on not having to redo this section over and over again. This is the hardest one. Especially without all my hirelings to gum up the roads. I can imagine if you live somewhere, like, actually volcanic. Like, yeah, maybe... I can't even think of where there's a real volcano that people live by anymore. But, Pompeii style, right? You live in the shadow of Pompeii. Pompeii goes off. Your whole village is gone. Like, okay, that's sad. But people are going to remember you. I mean, Pompeii is super famous. I can't think of the last time a volcano went off. There's... I mean, not like national news, world news kind of thing. You hear about tsunamis all the time. Hurricane, earthquake, that kind of thing. What was the last volcano? Hawaii has volcanoes, but they're like not the eat entire village kind. The only one that's coming to mind is Mount St. Helens. Because that one blew ash so far it was like it was coating cars in Japan. Like, Mount St. Helens is in Washington State in the top left of America. And it blew ash all the way across the Pacific Ocean to Japan. But I don't remember deaths. I think there might have been like one old man in his hut who refused to leave, but maybe that's just like I've got no evidence on that. I'm just like word association. I vaguely remember something about there being like an old guy who lived on Mount St. Helens and he refused to leave his house. And so like he died. But I don't think anybody lives on Mount St. Helens. It's not like Peru? What am I thinking of? Chile? I don't know. I don't really think of people as living on mountains. Like, the only true, like, mountain living people I can think of are the people who live at base camp at Mount Everest. Like the Sherpas? Is that the right word? I'm not exactly a outdoorsy guy. I think Sherpa is the guys who take you up the mountain. I might be mixing up two different things. But yeah, the people who live there and they make their money, taking rich white people who don't have anything better to do slightly up the mountain. Why do we climb the mountain? Because we're told it was fun. It does not sound fun to me. Do I want to see Mount Everest? It would be novel for like the 10 minutes I'm like looking at it going, I should remember this. This is a once in a lifetime thing. But there's mountains where I live, right? How much bigger can a mountain be? Especially if you have to be in the mountains to see the mountain. Like, proportionally, does it look that tall when you're, like, already on a mountain just to see the mountain? I don't know. I've seen mountains. Maybe it's different if you're there. Maybe it's so ridiculously large that you look at it and go, that changes my opinion of all mountains. There's not really a lot to talk about when we've done this before, right? Again, if you're new to this and excuse me. Take a quick drink. Anyway, if you're new to this game and you're watching this playlist and then you skipped all of the heroic stuff to watch the epic stuff first, okay, you do you, but I don't think that's going to happen very often. What are we on? We're on episode 80-something. I have tried to make these more useful than just, here's a let's play, good luck finding any, rhyme or reason to what's in each episode. I think cutting them up by pack is the most logical way to do it. I think. I didn't think about this. Somebody could specifically be searching for a quest pack. And if they just search Gianthold, they will see potentially both the heroic and epic one as two separate videos. And if they're new, they won't know they won't realize what the difference is. Maybe. It's a little bit of a stretch, but there we go. There's at least a plausible reason you'd be watching this one and not the heroic one. There's a reason. So, with that in mind, we're going to leave the hireling down there by that gate. He will probably be okay, maybe. That gate down there is the best evidence for it doesn't matter if you kill the enemies or not. Because I'm not going to kill any of them. You used to be able to buff these guys. Yeah, he got my buff. You used to be able to cast invisibility on them and then giggle. I still think that that should be allowed. A lot of DDO's, like, utility spells are, like, super underutilized. Like, does it really hurt anything to let us cast invisibility on NPCs? Does that really break the game? That's like a cool use for a spell that it gets zero use otherwise. Let me just cast invisibility on him. You can already, like, we already have some of these guys that have true seeing, right? Some of the champions have true seeing. So it's not like it would be a guaranteed thing anyway. There's a lot of spells, especially if you're a wizard. There's a lot of spells that do, like, literally nothing. Because, like, the one case scenario that it was useful, it gets nerfed. They're like, oh, we didn't intend for that to do that, so we're going to make it so it doesn't do that anymore. Like, why? I have to use one of my limited spell selections to take this spell that has exactly one use. Does that not say... Is that not exactly what a wizard is? Switching to the single-use spell that has no purpose other than this one very narrow use case? That is what a wizard is all about. I don't know. I want uses for all the spells. If a spell has literally no use, just take the spell out of the game. Like, don't give me a thing and then not let me use the thing on the things that the thing should work on. There's a lot of bad paladin spells. There's a lot of bad druid spells. Holy crap, a lot of the druid spells are terrible. Like, ranger is bad, right? Druid, they had to do it on purpose. Yeah, druid gets some of the best spells in the game. But they're mostly all high level. And druid is just full of all kinds of terrible spells. Some of them don't even work. There was I was playing Thorn Druid. I think it was like plant growth or something. It's a relatively high level spell for when you're running around. Maybe like level 4 or something. It's using up a non-negligible slot. And... Dude, you actually killed one of these? That's not bad. I really thought he was just going to meat shield it, but apparently he's been killing them. Wow. Anyway. I mean, look at this. Lionheart. What's Lionheart? Does anybody cast this? Immune to fear. For... Okay, 22 minutes. Okay. I like that one. Am I ever going to cast it? No. But I get it. Is it common that you're going to run into it. No, but paladins can switch their spells just like wizards at rest shrines. Okay, so you start playing a quest, and then I'm not paying enough attention to where I'm supposed to be going. Start playing a quest, and it turns out, oh, these kobold shamans keep hitting us with fear, and it's really annoying, and it'd be nice if they didn't do that. So, okay, all right, at the shrine, I'll switch in Lionheart. It'll make us all immune to fear, and we will have an easier time with the kobold shamans. That is the normal through line for a narrow spell, right? Okay, got it. What else we got? Okay. +1 to saves. I mean, not good, but, you know. Virtue. Temporary HP. I mean, it's kind of preemptive healing, right? But then there's Seek Eternal Rest. +4 sacred bonus to level for the purposes of turning undead. Why would I ever turn undead? There's two main problems. One, any of the undead I actually want to turn, I either can't because they're bosses. Like this guy. If I could turn undead this guy and have it do something, sure. But I can't. Because he's a boss. I didn't even cast my buffs. Oh well. Any undead that are weak enough that you would one-shot them with turn undead, you would also one-shot them with, like, Holy Smite or some other cleric spell that you actually have. Like, you just have access to doing the same thing without having to rely on this entire other mechanic. And then the other problem is they keep using your turn undead charges as fuel for other abilities. Like, I used to have to use it for Divine Might, I think. What am I using it for right now? I don't think I have Turn Undead, but it's the same idea as, like, my Remove Disease charges, my Lay on Hands charges. It could... The reason I pick on Turn Undead, it's not just, oh, look, it's a bad ability that they just translated from pen and paper, you know, not everything's going to translate right. No. There was a time where Turn Undead was good. There was one case where it was good. And they came in and they were like, we're going to tweak this because the one time somebody used it, it was good. And that was farming the Halloween event. You could use veteran status, which is one of the things you get for just like a lot of favor, which, apparently we unlocked Favored Soul. You can unlock the veteran status, make a level 7 cleric, just fresh level 7 cleric, specialize it into Turn Undead, walk into the graveyard, and just farm the event materials for the Halloween event. Very easily. And they changed some stuff. The one use case where Turn Undead was actually good, and because they hadn't intended for it to be used in that way, Changed it. Just let me use it. Why change it? Literally useless in every other scenario. There's a similar spell called... a similar useless spell called Spawn Screen. It's a buff that makes it so that if you die, you don't spawn a wraith. First of all, when was the last time you saw, like, a character die? And it's specifically, you have to be fighting wraiths. They have that wraiths touch thing. If you're not fighting wraiths, you're not going to come back as a wraith anyway. Son of a bitch. I just realized. I wasn't paying attention. You have to talk. You have to talk to the fire giant to actually finish this quest. We did not talk to the fire giant, and I just wandered away. The only reason I caught that... See, look. Return to the fire giant chieftain. Woo! The only reason I caught that is I turned and I looked. I saw that we had so little SP, and I was like, why didn't I get my free refill at the end of that quest? Ding. Fuck. So we took a 20% penalty there, and we did not get the re-entry bonus, so we lost like 30% XP because I forgot to click. But at least I didn't have to redo the quest. And I'm sure somebody, what is this? 2 hours in, somebody is probably podcasting this, right? They're just listening to it in the background, looking over. They're like, did he talk to the giant? Man. Epic punt. Almost lost quite a bit of time there. I could reset this quest. We barely made any progress, right? I could reset this quest. But I don't care about the XP. We are going to be we are not going to be in need of XP. And I'd rather not hold the mouse button down the extra 2 minutes to kill the bad guys. Man, I am so glad. So glad that they didn't instantly delete that dungeon when I left. Now, they don't normally. I still think they should do that when you finish the quest. But I didn't finish the quest, right? I left. And the giant was standing there going... Man, I would have been unhappy. It would have been... it's totally my fault. Totally my fault. Because I'm just blabbing away as we're going. And honestly, that's not the first time that I've done that. I don't think I've actually left the quest before. I think I... losing my voice, apparently. I am pretty sure I've at least hit the recall button. And then had to cancel it. The worst one, though, ironically, the worst one is what I normally do is you're at the top when you fight that boss, right? At the top of that little spire. And normally, you're supposed to jump down. I have totally misdone that jump, and I've put myself back in the middle of the quest. Was it when I was doing it on Heroic for this playthrough? I don't think it was. But I have definitely jumped off the wrong direction and had to literally walk through the half of the empty quest, just the walk of shame around the circle just to get back to the entrance. All things being said, having to walk from the entrance 10 feet in to talk to the giant, that's not bad. That's not bad. That could definitely have been worse in a lot of ways. So, I'm looking at these numbers, and these are bright red numbers. Normally they're like a darker red and smaller to represent you're resisting the damage. I don't have any technical damage reduction, but it's still weird to me. It's happened before that, like, sometimes after like an update, or maybe your game didn't load right, that you've had to unequip your items and re-equip them for them to count. Which is why I took my armor off and back on earlier. It's still just... You see, like, the 14 for that electric damage was little. Because I've got 0 electric resist. Well, I have 0 electric resist because I didn't bother recasting my buffs. It must have been smaller because I made the save, so the damage was reduced. So what does that tell you about this build, right? That, no buffs, level 5 gear, and we are just slamming our way through hard modes on Epic. I mean, I got level 10 sword. We have some gear. But definitely not the gear that they really expect you to have. We've got multiple Feywild pieces, right? What's this? By Wisdom. That's actually pretty good. The Wisdom is really just there so we can cast our spells. I saw we have a named item from the Devil Chain, which didn't look bad. Insightful Strength, Attack, Heroism. Yeah, I dig that one. Generic speed boots that aren't quite as fast as I would like. Ooh, really not as much as I would like. Armor piercing. Most of our stuff we find, right? It's not. We really don't need much in the way of gear. Honestly, I would prefer it if there was more gear like the Barovian greatswords, or Barovian weapons. It'd be nice if I just had an easy, like, I know there's armor here that always drops. I know there's stuff here that always drops, and be good. At least reasonable, right? The entry level, I want to do the raids on normal mode gear should just be available. I run the quest one time and I get it. Then you run the quest a couple times to farm out the hard stuff, and then, sure, if you want to do elite raids, you do raids to get the gear for elite raids. That does not seem like an unreasonable progression to me. Alright, one more quest on this side of the map, and we'll be 2/3 of the way through. I don't think I'm going to get through everything in one sitting, though, because I have this thing called a job, and it insists that I show up on time and be awake. We've been going for exactly 2 hours. The last couple episodes have been really easy, right? I think we just did like Druid's Deep and High Road, and I want to say both of those were under an hour for the whole pack. But we're talking about 5 quests at a time versus 3, 6, 9, 10 quests and a large area to run through to get to them. And one of these is Crucible, right? Can you really compare Crucible to anything else? I didn't actually have to pull that. This quest still bugs me a little bit. Just not a lot. It's been a long time since it stopped me. But the idea that you might not have a rogue true seeing detect secret doors, there's a non-zero chance you cannot get through this secret door to kill that guy right there and just not have any idea how you were supposed to finish this quest. Because I don't think that that door opens by itself when you walk past. Maybe they changed it to be a really low, like, spot or something. And, you know, it's very possible that they changed this, but I have a vague memory of coming into this quest and not being able to open that secret door. And it's like, there's nothing I can do about it. Maybe there is something and I just don't know. But I don't like them putting required quest progression behind, like, a specific skill lock. I want to like it. I understand why they do it in some places. Like, maybe now. Maybe now is when it would open. Couple clicks in, guys coming around the corner, you investigate where they came from, the door's open. Maybe. Go flip the middle one. Come stand right next to this. Come. It's the second time he has not come to me, but it still made me sit through the cooldown. Oh, that was the right one. I totally knew that was the right one. Now come here. Is that the one I want to flip to get through here? We're going to find out. Yep. Maze done. A wizard did it. Bad kitty. I don't know if that... Oh yeah, it opened. Take this, crates. Yeah. Naughty crates. Well, all the hard parts of this quest are done. Here, kitty kitty. I wonder why there's minotaurs here. Because minotaurs are not, like... they're big, but they're not considered like the same creature type as giants, right? Guess there are ogres here. Minotaurs aren't ogres either. I mean, I guess you could call them monstrous humanoid, but that seems more like one of those arbitrary classifications people use because they want two things to fit in the same box and they really don't. So you just make up a new box that they would both fit in. Guess I could open the chest that's right here. Okay, I opened it. One, two. Alright. Okay. I guess we'll just get it on the first try. And then get this on the first try. Because there's only one lever, so there's no way we can be wrong. Paladin's been being given, like, the easy pattern, I guess. Like, and it really doesn't need it. I wasn't even going to try to disarm the traps or anything. I was just gonna face tank every single trap until it opened. I intimidated the traps out of the way. I pick you. Oh no, I have been ever so slightly inconvenienced by choosing incorrectly. I like traps, okay? Traps are something that makes this game unique. Traps are something that very rarely show up in any other MMO. Like, I like traps. And I do appreciate that a lot of these traps are just a reasonable but not overwhelming amount of damage is mostly what the traps are when you're running around on hard mode. Enough that you will try to not get hit, but if you don't have a rogue, you're not instantly screwed if you have to run through it. I like that. They have made a pretty good job of not making traps stop you from being able to finish the quest if you're not a rogue. I don't think there's any quests off the top of my head that require a rogue. Yeah, nothing's coming to mind of things that require a rogue to finish the... Yeah, nothing coming to mind. Well, if you can think of one. Alright. We're going back to Gianthold. And through the magic of editing, we shall be on our way to the last 3 wilderness quests pretty much right away. I was going to have to recall anyway, right? Because the other quests are more accessible from the front door. So, literally, we're going to pick up right here now. And would you look at that? We're back. So, let's go knock out those last couple of quests. I suppose it is, worth mentioning. Gianthold is so big that even when I'm smashing through it as fast as I can, I still can't do it in one sitting. Not without, compromising sleep anyway. Alright. Oh. We actually found a dragon. Like I said before, it is a rare encounter. So we're supposed to open the chest without waking the dragon. Oh, it's even snoring. I don't know if that's coming through. The audio's been weird, but yeah. Chances of me not waking this dragon up, very low. So we're just gonna hit it and take its stuff. It's green. That's one of the bad dragon colors, right? I suppose... Is it a Forgotten Realms specific thing that the, like, red, green, like, basic color ones are evil? Does that count for Eberron? I don't know. This guy's a little chonky. But, doesn't go down much harder than a giant. Actually, that named hunter that we got as soon as we walked out here probably had about the same HP. I'm not gonna bother with any of this stuff. Just gonna keep running. Of course, there's so many giants. Let's see, we're at probably 77 after we're done with this pile of giants. We might hit 100 Slayer on giants. Well, but we're heading into the area with very few giants. I don't know. I think we're... we might be just short now that I'm thinking about it. Because we're going up into the left side of the map, and it's mostly like dwarves and cultists. Not so much giants. We'll probably get the other races Slayer. This is that same stupid dead end I always walk down there. Oh. Apparently there's more. Not that it really matters. Oh, we can click on the sword for free XP. Not that it's gonna matter. Oh, we are what, 25? 25 with enough XP banked to go to 26. We're gonna have a lot of XP. We're gonna hit max probably before we even start doing the max level quests. I'm gonna tell you to hold still. Hey, there is a giant out here. Not, 17, but okay. Feel like that was like a heroic giant, that it was just like, if I hold really, really still. I don't care about Jarliths. Now watch, I'm going to be off by 1 now. I very lazily failed to jump over this thing. Around. Where is around? Are you happy, game? I went around. Now I'm going to cut your giants in half. It says challenge rating 24. Have we just been getting like a lot of easy crits or something? Because I remember these guys taking a few swings. Oh, I have my buffs up. I normally don't run through the wilderness with my buffs up. That's what it is. Mystery solved. Man, they're gonna tease me with not having enough giants. Look at this. We might hit like 90 out of 100. I don't need the XP. It's just gonna bother me that we're gonna end so close to hitting that next mark. How much XP is it worth? It's only 8,000. Like, it's not even... It's not worth it. Oh, but we're gonna get so close. And again, it's not worth it, not because, the 4 seconds of effort isn't worth 8,000 experience or whatever, it's because we don't need the XP. We've got a long road to go still. I would say, when I first started the epics, I was like, alright, we got to level 20. We did all the level 20 and under quests. Well, this is going to be easy now. It's just going to be some repeats and a handful of unique quests. Man, I didn't realize just how many packs got an epic version. It's basically all of them. Like, we'll say 75%. Off the top of my head, I want to say 75% of the packs at this point have an epic version. And that's a lot. And they keep going back and, like, raising that number. Alright, Prison of the Plains. This is the only quest that actually has a non-text difference. That was not the button I meant to hit. I don't, like, I think I said this before, but, like, I don't blame them for not changing the quests when they go epic. They just kind of update them so you can play them in epic as well. But I do like how they can make little changes. Bonk. Alright. First we have to murder everything that moves. Like, I like that they tell you, like, oh, that's the plane of this, that's the plane of that. But they do it when you're walking by without the stones. So, by the time you can actually turn them on, the DM text has already gone through. Alright, down, up, down, up. Like, what's this one? Right? What? 98% of that symbol is there. Why don't you tell me what that one was? Okay, so these guys, again, they think that their entire group had to come here, like, together to survive all of the dragons, the giants, the other teams being hostile. And they're like, hey, look, just that one guy by himself. There's 5 of us, we can take him. How did I get here? This isn't walking down the middle of the street, like, just at night after you leave the bar or something, and, like, some guys are like, there's 5 of us and 1 of him, let's get him. No, I had to kill things that were literally, like, 5 times my size, like, height. Probably 20 times my weight, just to get here. Like, why would you think that, like, you and your... What, you got a mace? Like, that guy had, like, superpowers from beyond humanity. And I killed him in 2 swings. The mysterious remnant powers are... I mean, they're extra planar, kind of, by definition. Who made the Codex? I think somebody told us who made the Codex at one point. The Codex of Infinite Planes that, you know, got ripped up, and that's where all the remnants come from. Somebody made it. I'm pretty sure we were told who. Oh, I totally whiffed that one, but oh well. I mean, it's cute that he tried to set my blood on fire. What does that tell you about Dungeons & Dragons? That guy attempted to set my blood on fire. Okay? That's a thing that can happen. And that's like a level 2 or 3 spell. It's not even a high level spell. He tried to set my blood on fire. And it's not that his spell failed. It's that I'm too goddamn tough for that to actually hurt me. Because, you know, I have a lot of resistances. My blood is fireproof. And acid proof. I don't think you can actually succeed on any of those rolls, so... At least I can't. Oh. Sucks to be him. Auto attack stunned him. He didn't even get to pretend he could hurt me. I could probably be playing these on Elite. At least until we get, you know, to actual level cap. But there's not really a lot of point. It would just slow things down. Like, I'm playing on... If I was playing on normal, man, everything is made of butter. Playing on hard just, like, lets me be powerful without playing on baby mode. Because I know where everything is. If you've never played the quests, play it on normal. That's fine. I have played these quests a lot of times. There's very little reason for me to be doing them on normal. When we have access, right? Everybody has access to doing epics on whatever difficulty they want. It is just the heroics that you have to beat them in order or be VIP. It's actually a very nice perk to being a subscriber. Like, is it something that I kind of wish just always happened, no matter what? Yeah, but it's not a deal breaker, and it's a nice little bonus. Like it's a happy little medium there, and they gave us the epic ones, so it could definitely be worse. It was up, down, right? Up, down, up, down. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Down, up, down, up. Of course, any actual adventuring party would have just brought the book with them. Of course, that's one of those, the Dungeon Master has something in mind. You know, we're talking more paper, right? The Dungeon Master has something in mind. He wants you to read the thing and have to remember it to walk across the room and flip the lever. I forgot to pick the damn things up. So, you know, you write the thing down in a book, you're supposed to walk across the room without the book, and all the players are just going to pick the book up. So then, the next time the DM wants to try that, he makes it engraved on the table, right? You can't. So there's no book to pick up. And the players are just going to drag the table across the room. And it's going to be carved in the wall. And then they're going to stone shape in order to remove that section of stone and drag it across the room. There's no winning sometimes. Alright. Because we are Paladin, we can actually do this first one. You have to be, I want to say lawful, and you might have to be lawful good. But let's see. I respect law. Let's see. You make triple money. What do? Pay taxes. Because that's what you do if you obey the law. Officer orders you to do something you don't like. Follow your orders. Your elder brother is elected to the town council, and then he starts getting bribes. None of these are actually the lawful way to do it. I mean, I guess confront him and demand he stops is the most lawful of the options. So, there's a couple assumptions they made on that last one. One, there's a lot of cities in Dungeons and Dragons where the city council members taking bribes is completely normal and expected. That's not necessarily an illegal thing. And law doesn't mean good or bad. Law means obey the rules. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I really do like this quest. I like that you fight basically little zoo exhibits from these different planes. I do think it wouldn't have been a stretch when they were redoing this for Epic to swap which ones were active. For example, instead of having the law one active, maybe it's the chaos themed one. You know, just all the ones that are broken normally, those are the ones that are working when you return. So the quest is still basically the same. You just, like, I think this is a broken one. No, this is fire. We do fire, we do ice. We don't do earth? Like acid? We don't do the acid one? What else don't we do? We don't do Serania, the air one. We don't do... I mean, there's 13. Off the top of my head. I think there's 13. So we've done... Delore. Law is Danby. And fire. We're going to do ice. Zoriat. Shavarath. I need my hands for the fingers. Korai is down at the bottom. Or yeah. We do Maybar. Well, that's 8 right there. So, and then like with room for me to forget an extra one. So I guess there's not exactly a 50. Oh, Lemania. That's 9. There's still 4, right? There's still a couple more that they could have swapped in. Alright, beat. Knockdown, 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 knockdown. I don't remember the knockdown hitting me that many times in a row before. Come on. Look, he didn't even get to turn into invincible werewolf mode, or whirlwind mode. I hit him so hard once I was able to stand for a couple seconds. And mine. And mine. I mean, yeah, I'm playing fast and sloppy, but this is going to be, what, a 3-hour video? If nothing else, it demonstrates just how little you have to pay attention when you have a build. We could use some more gear, though. Undead-themed one, not exactly going to be much of a challenge. Oh no, some black wolves. You know they're evil because they're black? They're not even black wolves. Those just look like regular wolves. Like, if you're gonna call them black wolves to make them, like, scary or something, make them, like, more like hellhounds. Just not red. Like shadowy hounds or something. Because those just look like wolves. And at the point that you're punching giants, it's like, okay, gonna need more than a wolf to stop me. Bonk. Bonk. What do we got left? We got ice. Ice, battle, madness. Right? Here's ice. I probably should actually rest at the shrine, but... Ooh, 130 damage. Somebody tried to hit me with something. Parnamu. And... I don't know. Let's see if we get a named item. I do like that you get different named items depending on which cell the chest shows up in. That's kind of neat. Pain in the butt if you're trying to farm something, though. Shavarath is the battle one, so we're going to fight a Merilith. Of course, this used to be the one that gave me trouble, right? Because Meriliths have a trample effect that knocks you over, but I didn't fall over at all. Not like the Lamania one, which I normally don't have to pay any attention to, and they're like, oh, by the way, boom, 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 you're gonna pinball me around the room. Is this the shrine? Yeah. Let's go ahead and rest just so I don't have to think about it. Oh, the Chamber of Serenia. So we do know this is air. Air one is broken. The air cell is broken open so that you can take a breather. 20 years ago, some dev was just like, yeah. What are the other planes? Is there a plane of light? I don't know why I bothered putting my buffs up. There's a beholder in this room. Did I click on the wrong thing and you took the... Maybe I just neglected to push it. Hey, you have not knocked my buffs off yet. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if they... Maybe I was just stand... Oh no, he turned it... He was facing me. Weird. Alright, time to end this quest. Assuming I didn't break it. Whoosh. Being able to hold shift to fall faster. Man. That guy... Whoever got that to work, whatever dev that was That's a dev that actually plays the game and is like, man, people would like this. And he was right. I gotta say, there's a lot of stuff in this game that works surprisingly well for its age. Oops. That was my fault. Got lazy. Tried to cut the corner. I mean, even just jumping. You know how annoying it is to jump in most MMOs? Like, you do like a little hop or something. There's no grabbing ledges. Mantling, as I always forget the word. Even just pulling levers. Maybe I should go back and play some of those. That was a bad... That was a bad time to lag out. I would like to undo that, please. There we go. Let's not lag and end up on the wrong side of the door. I've never had that happen before. I've never been on the wrong side. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me. So, if I remember right, when we were in Heroic, we fought this guy. But now that we're in Epic, we're going to fight this guy. Or both. We'll just fight both. Because he's just a minion instead of having a name. The other guy has the name, and I think it's a different name. The idea being that the Warforged was never actually the thing. Because the Warforged are just the puppet bodies for the, like, ghost brain crab guys. So, not a huge difference, but that is all it takes. It's all it takes. Little changes like that is all it takes to make it distinct from the Heroic one. And here's your reminder that when you're on hardcore, I skipped this on hardcore the first time around because I didn't touch that or didn't trust it. Something to keep in mind. The hireling counts. So if you or your party don't want to risk any of you accidentally, double clicking and just insta dying, picking that thing up, tell the hireling to do it. It counts. Alright. I should have paid more attention to what the ghost guy said. Oh, I can have it in here. Let's see. What did he say? Oh, he's the one who tells us that the truthful one is the guy behind all of this. Dragon and Giant, Giant and Dragon. So they banded together to stop the Korai back in the day. The Draco Lich returns for vengeance. But he doesn't tell us vengeance for what. So I think... Ooh. Having not played the raid, I want to say that the truthful one's the whole reason he's all butthurt is that he's a Draco Lich, and I guess he wants to be alive again or something. I don't know. He wants immortality, but he doesn't want to be a skeleton. He blames the Storm Reaver. I don't know how that equates to let's kill everyone. It's not like if you blow the world up, the gods band together and go, alright, well, we'll just call this one a mulligan and try again. Alright, we got 2 walk-ups left. And then we can go do Tor. Casting all the buffs. Okay. Neither of these are going to be particularly strenuous. There's no rooms full of beholders and mind flayers in these. It's a bunch of overly squishy elves. Does my cleave work? Kind of. I hit one of the 3 guys from a different level. Come on. There are traps in this quest. So if you are running through on hardcore or even just on elite, do keep in mind that this level has landmines, basically. Finally. You know, in addition to the guys casting Meteor Swarm ineffectually at me. We're just going to ignore the guys that are standing on the boxes, because they are on boxes and they can't get down to me. I mean, look how fast these things go down compared to the giants. Even, like, this is a champion and he's already out. Oh. There's one of those landmines, alright? If you are a rogue, you can find them and disable them. Most of them are elemental based, so if you have, you know, mass resists, you're fine. Bunk, bunk, bunk. Yeah. I want to say I was watching Strimtom, and he made a good point about how the traps, like, the traps scale into epics, but they don't scale exponentially, and player power is more exponential than linear. So my, you know, almost 1,200 hit points is more than the trap's going to handle, outside of one specific quest that I'm still a little leery on. But hey, knowing where to be careful means you know where to go fast. Right now we're oops all offense. My level 5 gear still. Yes, if we were to go and farm out a whole bunch of gear, sure, we could do Elite or maybe even Reaper 1. I don't really do a lot of Reaper at all. The most I've ever done is Reaper 1, and that was on... I was farming something, and I'm like, let's just see if I'm strong enough to do Reaper 1, and I made it. But it makes, like, the quest just take longer. Like, I could do the quest, like, twice on Elite for how long it took to do it on Reaper 1. And there's no chance of failure on Elite versus if you get a bad Reaper spawn. Might trip you up a little bit, maybe. I don't know. I don't play a lot of Reaper. Reaper, I don't mind it existing. I feel like it was intended to be the... we're going to make this so hard that you have to group so that if you want the original feeling of the game, where you had to have like a full group and a well-balanced party. Like, that was what Reaper 10 was supposed to, or, well, however high it went at first. Reaper whatever. It was just so that you have an excuse to actually pay attention to your party. And then they added Reaper trees. They're just like, alright, if you play Reaper, you get all these bonuses that you only get during Reaper. And it's like, that completely invalidates everything you said this was for. It is now no longer optional. It is strict progression. It is character power, and if you don't play Reaper, you feel like you are weak because you don't play Reaper. And if the point was to encourage grouping and get back to the more classic dungeon, like, party feel, just make it harder. You don't have to give more power. I think it would have been fine without the Reaper trees. Or leave like cosmetic stuff in there. That would have been fine. People love cosmetics. I mean, I have some glowing eyes. And I don't even like playing on hardcore. There you are. Silly bad guys. I don't know. I wonder how, like, what percentage of... There's a trap that's about to go off there. Hey, I made it. I would be curious what the data is for who spends money. Is it the long-time players? Is it just a handful of whales? You know, the uber wealthy who'll buy anything? Or is it that $5 or $10 here and there from a whole bunch of otherwise free-to-play accounts? I am curious. I don't think they would ever say. I would be really curious how it compares to other games, too. Because DDO, like, the number one thing you would buy are the adventures. And they're, like, once per account purchases. Like, I'm not going to buy Ravenloft twice. Well, I did. Because I have 2 accounts, but that doesn't count. 3 times. Maybe I'm the whale. But the point is, per account, like, it's once per account stuff. I will say, if I had to buy adventures per character, fuck that, right? I like playing lots of different characters, but I'm not going to buy everything for every character. What game was it that was... I think it's like Star Trek Online, maybe, that, like, they give you, like, stuff you can go earn, but you have to earn it per character. And it is literally the exact same steps every single time with no deviation. Like, it's not even like, oh, well, you did it with a barbarian, but can you do it with a monk? I'm fine with that. I actually, I remember the old Skylanders games, right? You have a little action figure you put on the portal and your guy goes into the game. The first 2 or 3 of those had a system where every character you put on opened up a little challenge dungeon. And they were little timed challenges that were maybe... They topped out at 5 minutes, right? They were short. But you unlocked that, and you were able to do it with every character after that. So every additional character you bought added an extra little dungeon thing to run through with all your characters. And so, because the characters all had different abilities, it was actually relevant. Like, hey, this character had an easy time with this. Oh, but this character has this other, set of skills that might be really hard. And then this other character, how did I miss all these gongs? Did I get interrupted and just not notice? But I had a lot of fun playing through them, and that was, let's see, the original Skylanders was what? 18 characters? That was weird. Finger of Death. Did I just not cast... Did I again not cast Death Ward? So you're going to stand right here. Right here. Yeah. Climb back up. You cast your spell. There you go. Good job, Andaro. That's what I get for not casting Death Ward. I'm not even going to cast anything else. I'm just going to jump on this guy's head. Hi, I cast one spell. I usually don't cast Death Ward because I have a Death Block item. See, he tried to do it again. Look at that. You cast one spell and the only thing the dungeon can do to you is countered. Alright. Laziness rewarded again. Get over here, Andaro. Summon him, take a step back so I take the hits, and then he can open the door. Door. Thank you. I should probably just find a death block item. It's not like they'd be expensive, but what would I take off? What is this thing? Oh yeah, that gave me 1,000,000. I think we did this before, because we died to the exact same thing in Demon Sands. Too lazy to cast Death Ward. Because, look, it gives us so much stuff. What do you do? Feather falling and nothing. Speed. Like, I'm sure one of these I could just ditch for Death Block. Like this charisma is that really our charisma item? Is a charisma 5 necklace from Red Fens that gives us evocation focus? We actually have a lot more good items than I thought we did. Do we seriously have a charisma 5 item? That's how little I've paid attention. You don't have charisma on you. You just have bonuses. Alright. Charismatic Necklace of Death Block. That's what we're going to go look for. Mostly because I'm lazy. I don't know if that's a legitimate item combination. Let's see. It's not charismatic. It's charming? It's I forget the word. I mean, they should just say charismatic, because that's what people are looking for. We're gonna be at 96 giants, really? Bleh. I'm not gonna be able to find 4 more giants before. They're gonna tease me. They're gonna tease me. We're gonna only need 2 giants. They brought me giants. Oh, and they despawned that other one. They literally teased me. We're at 99 giants. And they took the other one away. We're going back for him. He's got to be just like right up here, right? Because he chased us. Where did he chase us from? There we go. Give me my 10k XP. Why is it 10k? I looked it up earlier. It was only like 7 or 8. I don't have Voice of the Master on. Maybe there's an XP bonus going on right now. Where are we at on the other one? 31 out of 50? That's doable. Break all these to see if we can get the Quartermaster to spawn. Or Supply Master. Free toy. Jump potion. I am not regretting buying jump potions. Oh, there's 2 more giants. I'm not even going to fight those ones. The game put those there just to be like, look, see, we were going to give them to you all along. Sure you were, game. Let's see if I can get 14 cultists. Let's see. I don't care about the giants. There's a couple cultists along the top. We don't actually have to hit 50. We just got to get close. Because a couple will spawn when we come out of the dungeon. Which is right below us. Get the free XP from this thing. Interesting. So, not that you would have been able to hear that, but there was a... when I clicked on the little spear, so the swords are the Storm Reaver saying stuff, the spears are the truthful one saying stuff. And I don't think I've ever clicked on that spear. Not with the volume up enough to hear it. There we go. Here's our last quest out here. Yeah, so he said him and the Storm Reaver sacrificed their lives to cast the spell. We knew that. That got rid of the core eye. But then the giants blamed the truthful one for the decline of the giants. Because the giant civilization shriveled up afterwards. So they blamed him and gave all the credit to the Storm Reaver. So, you know, dragons are a little on the vain side. I could see him being petty enough to pick a fight with the giants. He wants his legacy. And would he really expect some, like, 6-foot tall pretend dragon to be strong enough to go and stop him? Bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh, so I was in the middle of saying something when I got that about. So, just to expand on the whole Skylanders thing, where each character added something for each other character to get to do. Like, so every time you got a new character, it kind of like it was a sharper curve of new content. And I really liked that. I liked the idea of, oh, I'll take my barbarian through. He has an easy time with this, enemy gauntlet. But, oh, I take my fast support guy in, and all of a sudden it's a lot harder to kill everything under the time limit. I gotta think differently about it. And then, oh, here's one where you literally have a race, right? But how am I gonna do the race with my barbarian? Because he's so clunky and slow. And yes, this was a children's game. So most of the challenges were in name only. But there was one that was basically what's that quest? Let Sleeping Dust Lie? The DDO quest where you have to kill all the ogres and not kill any of the spiders? Yeah, they had that in Skylanders. Only the spiders you weren't allowed to kill had 1 HP and aggroed on you the entire dungeon, no matter what, would always attack you. And there were a couple characters with, like, passive damage auras. So just walking in the quest, like turning the corner, oops, there's the spider, failed the quest. And we're talking like, you're out a minute. You're not out 30 minutes of a quest. You just try again right away. Which is how all challenges should be, is you just try again right away. But that took some strategy. Was it frustrating? Oh yeah. But the frustrating things are usually the things you look back on the best. After you've beaten it. That's gotta be why Dark Souls is so popular, right? It's not that anybody enjoys playing Dark Souls. They enjoy telling other people that they beat Dark Souls. Like, that's it. That's gotta be it. It was miserable. You were angry the whole time. You didn't understand what was going on. And then, eventually you finally beat it and you're just like, okay, I am now in this exclusive club of people who were able to beat this game. And now I like it because I get to be the cool kid now because I beat Dark Souls. I have personally yet to play Dark Souls. I don't think I have the temperament for it. And one of my friends, who is big into Dark Souls, really wants to be there to, like, point and laugh the whole time as I try to play Dark Souls. Which is not really encouragement to play Dark Souls. Besides, it's not the same 10 years later, right? I don't remember when Dark Souls came out, but it was a long time ago. The original one. These days, there's enough people who have, like, broke the system. Like, they've dissected everything. Frankly, if I was to play Dark Souls, first thing I would do is I would get on Reddit. I'd go look up what the most broken build is and the easiest place to farm. And I would just grind myself high enough power level that I could just walk through the rest of the game. Because I'm not really into the challenge, like, I'm not into the challenge as a lifestyle. Do I want things to be, challenging sometimes? Yeah. I like to feel good about doing hard things. I don't want everything to be stupid easy. I mean, that's why we upped this to hard instead of normal. It's still stupid easy, but at least the game's fighting back. You know, without making it take forever. Because that's the thing. You know, even like Hardcore. Hardcore League. Perfect example. Is it harder? No, it is literally the same game. If you're playing on Hard or Elite, there's a couple of extra champions, and the champions might change things up a little bit, but the recent Hardcore League champions basically didn't do anything. Like, they came with a giant circle, and as long as you don't stand in the circle, you can ignore them. Well, I mean, you kill them like you always do, but you don't have to do anything special. At least I didn't. I mean, we're lagging again. How different is standing at the entrance of a room and casting Meteor Swarm? Like, the guys die anyway, but the hardcore is harder because the threat of having to start over is there. It is instilling stress. It is forcing you to pay attention, so that if you die, you look in the mirror and you go, you knew that was gonna happen, and you got lazy. Just like my my death to not having Death Ward up. It's not that I don't have the spell. Look, there it is. Whoop, Death Ward. It's not that I didn't have it. I'm just too lazy to cast it. Because there's so few of these guys who actually cast death spells. And our fort save is 45. Which, I don't actually know if that's good or not for this level, but we're not at cap. Break. I mean, we've been taking a lot of damage. I will say, the damage in Gianthold is higher than the last couple places we've been. Where did we just recently go? High Road, Druid's Deep, Catacombs, I think were the last three. Catacombs is the newest of these four, the epic version anyway. But we're a paladin, right? We've got so many undead bonuses. And then after that comes Gianthold, like in time they've done it. So Gianthold has been updated more recently than High Road or Druid's Deep, so makes sense that things would be hitting a little more, be a little more impactful. Okay. Just saying. On epic mode, you should be able to just hold up your sword and just be like, stab. Like, I would have laughed if because it's epic mode, you walk in and you just like set the prison cell on fire, and they're like, "What are you doing? You're supposed to." It's like, look, you know how you got this position because the other guy before you died? Yeah, I'm the one who killed him. You owe your promotion to me, and now I'm going to set you on fire. Alright. One quest left. We're going to go do Tor. Did we do the dragons at Heroic? It was so long ago. I think we did. I want to say we did. So we should do it again. Or try. That's something I'm going to say. Epic Tor, I think, they don't pull their punches as much. strength 9. So if we're getting 9 on random drops, that means I could get at least 4 more charisma, finding a charisma 9 item. I don't actually want any of that, so... Picking up rewards, most of which goes to the trash. Blah, 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 blah. I do like the Commendations of Valor. It gives me something to click on that's not vendor trash. Let's see. I'm just kind of keeping an eye out as I scroll for Charisma Necklace. Maybe with Death Block. Probably not going to get one because that's kind of a very... Oh, there's the original Madstone Crater quest. We don't want to talk to him. Ba, 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 ba. So they went out of their way to put a different quest giver in for some of the quests, but then didn't really change all of them. I will say, I thought they changed more. Like, I know that the raid is new. Like, new. But I really thought they had changed more of at least the dialogue than they did. The one boss is slightly different. I'll take what I can get, but I thought they changed more. Are you the one who gives me my next thing? Oh, I didn't pick up a reward. Click. That everybody? Alright, are you gonna send me into the tour now? Now I can talk to the guy on the map. It probably would have let me do it anyway. But now I'm sure. Make sure we're flagged. Because you never know when you're going to have to flag separately. Because it does say, return to Gianthold Tor. I mean, the quest window's the same. It says return, but is anything going to be different? Alright, that's on me for not noticing that expired. I'm sloppy, but I'm not that sloppy. We're not going in there without a hireling. Especially because I can buy him right over here. Doop doop doo you. We were using you. There we go. Okay. Nobody saw anything. Look, look. Watch it. Watch the pretty lights. It could use pretty lights. It could use like a dice rolling across the screen animation or something, maybe. 2 dice because it'd be a percentile dice. Alright. Nobody saw anything. Can't prove it. Learn what is truly going on inside the Tor. We know what's going on inside the Tor. The exact same thing as last time. Because nobody cast Mind Blank on the Storm Reaver. Huh. I am Ignos, growls a giant. I don't know if you can see that. That guy's name is Karadoon. His name is not Ignos. Buff, buff, buff. Survive the onslaught. I mean, we literally went to prison just to beat up the prisoners. I can't believe I didn't even use the I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Such a good line. Alright, how many of these guys do we have to beat up before we can move on? I like the back half of Tor, right? But the front half of Tor... Well, no, let me clarify. I like the dragon fights. Everything else is tedious in this quest. Let's fight a whole bunch of guys with no, like, marker to show how many we've got to go. Especially when they're not a threat. And then we have to go to the left to flip a switch. And then manually backtrack, my favorite thing ever, all the way to the right, or whichever way I didn't say, to flip another lever. And then you go to the dragons, right? But then you gotta backtrack out of the dragons? Why don't they just... When you leave the dragons, why don't they just put you in like a middle, like neutral area so you don't have to walk through the empty corridor? I don't know. It's the little things, right? It's the little things. Give me a gong. Just give me a gong to spawn all the giants at the same time. Just all of them. Just let me cleave all of them. Speedrun mode. And cleave. Oh no, that guy has an infernal pact. Well, that demon's going to be really disappointed. Giant dish magic. That's some big magic. You know, they don't really talk about what makes giant magic different very much. Like, there's that pack that we help brawn pits by finding ingredients. And so you kind of get this sort of, like, tribalistic kind of, like, chanting kind of magic going. It's the vibe I get from it. Kind of maybe like a druid nature-y magic versus the arcane and divine that we normally see. I don't know. 5th edition has a really cool subclass where you can get a bunch of powers based on giants. I want to say it's a fighter subclass. It's horribly broken. Like, it's ridiculously good. And I think it's been nerfed like twice, and it's still, like, hilariously good. If you ever get an ability that lets you redirect a target, like, oh, you attacked me, well, I parry so hard, you actually hit your friend, okay? That's just cool. And I'm going to use it in a lot of ways that the designers were not intending. I want to say the new target had to be like in 30 feet or something. Okay? I parry your swing so hard, I hit your friend over there. I think it worked on anything that was an attack. So even like somebody could shoot an arrow at you and you would just like slap it out of the air so hard you killed a different guy nearby. And then one of the things I was running a, what's the word? Rival? I was running a rival for the party. Where's the thing I click on? Where'd you go, thing? Should just be like, oh, I didn't talk to this stupid kobold. Oh, that's what I get for just trying to fill the dead air. Man. I've got nothing special to say about running down hallways and killing everything, so you're going to hear a story about pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons instead. About the time that the player party decided that, oh, we don't like the item you gave us, we're going to give it away. Because it's cursed. It's like, it's only cursed because that's what the Dungeon Master's Guide says, is that it's cursed. I gave the party the shield of arrow. What's it called? The shield of. It's the shield that, when you're wearing it, all ranged attacks within like 30 feet or something. That still hasn't. Where's? Oh, there it is. Any ranged attack within 30 feet automatically like swerves off of its target to hit you. It's like shield of magnetism or something like that. Arrow absorption, I don't know. But it's like, it's the idea is that it's a shield that makes you get shot more often. And every single one of my 6 players was like, that's terrible because it's cursed and it makes you get hit more. That's bad. None of us will even consider carrying it. It will never, ever, 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 ever be useful in any situation at all. They didn't even sell it. They gave it away. They just left it. They gave it to the junkyard dealer. Something dumb like that. So obviously, I gave it to their rival, you know. I gave it to their version of Gary Oak, who walked by and went, sweet, magic shield at the junk shop. Yoink. Never insult the DM by just willfully getting rid of an item that they went out of their way to give you. Because, you know, that shield, it does a couple things. Yes, it's cursed, which means you have to cast Remove Curse to take it off. Big deal. I don't even think it stays on your arm. I think it just, like, occupies one of your attunement slots. So it's not even that you can't... It's not like it's glued to your arm. But if you don't have it actively equipped, like, you don't get the +2 shield AC. No, but it also, right? So you can't take it off without... Oh, I did hit it already. You can't take it off without the Remove Curse. Big deal. They had easy access to that. It makes the bearer automatically the target of all ranged attacks within 30 feet, whatever. I don't remember the exact range. It might have only been 15. Whatever it is. Okay. That by itself, if I stopped right there, I would still love that item. You hand it to your tank, and all of a sudden, it is impossible for archers to shoot your wizard. It is impossible for your guys to get sniped. And there's no way that, like, the enemies are going to know that ahead of time, right? You're going to be tromping down the forest, and all of a sudden, your paladin is going to go tink, 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 and get hit with 6 arrows, and do probably no damage, because changing the target does not mean they automatically hit. They still have to beat your AC. So you put it on your tank, right? And he takes a small amount of damage, and all of those bandits or whatever go, huh, what was that? And your full health party just goes, oh, look, meat. That would be good enough by itself, in my opinion. That fundamentally changes the behavior of enemies. That changes your party dynamic. So what if you have to cast a remove curse spell to take it off? What's the paladin doing with its spell slots anyway? Like, if you need to use them for smiting, you want your shield equipped. And if you're in town and you want to use something else, you're not smiting anything. Use remove curse. Pretty sure it's a paladin spell. But that's not all it does. It gives you resistance to ranged damage. And in 5th edition, that means you take half damage from all ranged attacks. All of them. So not only are you absolutely, perfectly defending your wizard and your cleric, blah, 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 from potential, like, snipers, you also take half damage from all those attacks. Like, where's the downside? How is this not the most important item? And that's before you get into the shenanigans. So, yes, some of the shenanigans take a little bit of setup. Which I have, because I'm the dungeon master, and I'm petty. You know what's a great thing to do in a hostage situation? Force your hostage to attune to the shield of missile attract. Oh, that was it. Missile attraction. That was what it was called. Force your hostage to attune to it. So if anybody tries to snipe you during your hostage negotiations, it auto goes bloop and hits the hostage. Right? That's just such a mustache-twirlingly evil thing to do. And if you're a nice DM, sure. Maybe they can see... Maybe they can see the shield. Maybe you warn them. Maybe if you described it earlier... Maybe if you described it, you can then put it in there so they go, wait, that sounds familiar. Oh no, he took the shield! And that's their warning. If you're nice. I'm not nice. My diffuser came loose. Ugh. I got a new light in here because it was too dark, and now it's too bright. It doesn't have a dimmer. Do I really not have freedom of movement? I'm going to be very sad in the Ice Dragon fight without that. But anyway. don't reject magic items. The DM thought it was cool. That's why he gave it to you. Not everything has to be, you know, a Vorpal plus 17 sword for it to be useful. You know what that antagonist did later? Because he was playing as that giant fighter subclass with the reflection thing. Well, great. All of the ranged attacks that come towards the evil adventuring party are going to automatically retarget the guy who has the ability to deflect missiles. I mean, hell, what if you just gave it to a monk? Doesn't even have to equip it, right? You don't have to equip it. You just attune to it. And you carry it on your back. And now the monk is sitting there with like a... just every arrow comes straight towards the monk, and the monk goes, ooh, look, arrows, nom nom nom. There's no shortage of things you can do with just any magic item. But it didn't make the numbers go up. It didn't deadify the bad guys. I think if any of you have ever been the dungeon master for Dungeons and Dragons, I think you can relate to the idea that I think maybe we should just write a book. Just, we have all these cool ideas, and the player characters are just kind of in the way. I'm running like a pre-written thing, right? It's not even like... It's not like, oh, I wrote this and I'm very protective of it. It's like, I'm playing the thing and you guys know it's a book. You know there's a bound on this world and you want to walk away. Like, you know that there's an edge to the map. I literally had a player once. Not only did he know that they were playing in like a sandbox, right? You know, there's edges to the sandbox. It's not infinitely large. He knew that, right? And I had a specific like session 0 type talk with it ahead of time. Stay in the box, right? Day 1 walks in, goes, I'm going to leave the box. I need everyone in the party to convince me to stay in the box. Because otherwise, my character wouldn't stay in the box. Fuck you! We're not here to convince you to play with the group. You convince yourself to play with the group, and then you arrive. This isn't Critical Role, right? My job isn't to, like, create the world in whatever direction that you decided to wander. But I'm not bitter. I got through that campaign without that player. But yeah, seems like that's always the problem. Right now I am playing one that I wrote. And it is... like, I know I wrote it, obviously. So I'm going out of my way to try to let the people do whatever they want. Because I'm trying not to railroad the story that I wrote. I'm trying to have that happen, and then they can interweave themselves in as it happens. Idea being something like... it's like, take the Harry Potter books. There's 7 of them. 8 books, right? 7 years worth. I have an idea for the events to happen. Like, I already have all 7 years worth of events lined up in varying degrees of being written. And the idea is that the players don't have to stay where the plot is happening. They can do other things, come back and like cross back and forth with the plot. And eventually they'll put enough clues together to go, this, and this have happened. Whenever we go vaguely in this direction, I think something's happening over there. And that's when you trigger the actual end game of book 1, right? And then you just do it again. You put stuff around, and eventually the players will go that way, but you know what's going on. Alright, hopefully we don't just die in the first one of these. Come here, dragon. Alright. I mean, we're hitting them pretty hard, and they're mostly staying even because we can cleave, but Giant's going down slightly faster as I go flying. And we land, and we jump out of the lava, and we pull you out of the lava because you're dumb. And we go flying again. Pull you out of the lava again. Wow. Pretty much exactly at the same time. First try. Okay. Okay, feeling pretty good about that one. Did we get any cool shinies? We got a scale, but we always get the scale. Nothing special here. Whoop. And then we walk through the stupid cave that we already walked through. This 30 seconds, it's not long, right? This little section could have been cut out. All they gotta do is put the exit portal from when you clicked on the other one, have it put you like over here instead. Just take out these little walks. If I need to go back up there, I can, but I don't want to have to do the backtracking. I hate backtracking. Let's do blue next, because I'm pretty confident about blue. I am not confident about white, because I don't have freedom of movement, and I'm concerned that I won't be able to fight that dragon down without getting frozen, because I'm a melee character. Man, okay, so outside of the mechanics, I'm not afraid of the dragons, right? I have fought these dragons before. I'm roughly on power level with them. Like, I'm feeling fine generally, okay? When I was on hardcore, man, I underestimated just how much of a buff they gave the dragons. Wow. Specifically, I almost shit the bed in Mired in Kobolds. And I knew there was a dragon in there, right? I was there for the dragon. Because that's where one of the hidden dragon treasure things was. So I'm like, alright. It's a level 14 quest. Whatever level it is, I'm 2 levels over. Because that's what you can do on hardcores. You can only be 2 levels over. And I'm crushing through the kobolds. The kobolds are buffed too because they're dragon adjacent. And that was the theme of this hardcore season. Crushing through the kobolds, no problem. crush through the dragon boss at the end, no problem. But the bonus boss, Mama Dragon, comes down and holy crap. I was not even close to ready for just how much stronger Mama Dragon was. I need to go play that quest again on the regular servers at level. I was on normal, okay? I was on normal. And I almost didn't make it out. 2 levels over on a build that had not even gotten close to die. And I was paying attention, so I had death block. Just damn. That thing was carving out half of my HP in one attack. And I was dumping everything I had into it, and it was just shrugging off the damage. Because unfortunately I was playing that Thorn, the Thorn Druid, and a lot of its extra damage is like acid and poison. And the dragon's immune to acid, because it's a black dragon. It's like, I am playing the exact wrong character in this fight. It's buffed. I've got like no SP. And you can't escape that fight. You're locked in. And every time I took a hit, usually from like the Dragon Breath or something, I had to stop and cast Regenerate, which isn't cheap. Oh man, that was bad. That was bad. That was one of those, I should have asked for help. I should have been like, hey, who else needs to fight Mama Dragon? Let's all go together and make sure we bring somebody with Dimension Door so we can escape. I wonder how many she took down. Wonder how many other people walked in there unprepared like me and just got bodied. Like, was it just because I was the Thorn Druid? Because I don't usually play that quest, right? I know the quest. But I don't know, man. That was something else. And that's high enough level that I'm past having to even play on Elite. I'm playing everything on normal at that point. And I'm just like, man, am I going to lose? Am I going to lose now? So close to being done with any challenge. Alright. So we're going to beat this guy up a bit first. Because he won't stand still. I don't trust these air elementals. So we're going to beat you down to about 25%. Oh, we got to be careful of accidentally critting him out, too. Okay. That's enough. Let's get the dragon in here. Hello, dragon. I don't think I have particularly special... No, I've only got the 35 normal energy resistance for this one. We're not quite down yet. Okay, let's go chase you. Ideally, we should be standing over by the force field so we take less damage from the electrified gold. But if I stop getting knocked over by these stupid air elementals... Get out of here. Nimbus is get out of here. There we go. Look at that. Didn't even bother doing the safe thing and standing like here. You're supposed to stand over here so you don't get electrified as much. We're oops all DPS with our crappy level 5 to 10 gear. Actually, no. Our gear is actually reasonable. Like, I just looked at it. Ooh, we got 2 scales and a rune arm. They just updated... Did they just update rune arms, or is it they are going to update rune arms? Don't know. But it has dodge on it, which doesn't seem like something I'd care that much about on a rune arm. I don't know. Technically, we got an item. Let's walk all the way back through the section we cleared. I guess technically we could take a little bit of a shortcut. I think we can turn here, maybe, and go straight to the other one. No, I could have turned there and gone. I don't know. I usually do the white one first, because the white one is the hardest one. If you're not, prepared. And I am not prepared. I don't... Where did you come from? Alright. Let's see if we can... We're going to at least try. I'm not going to come and redo the quest to come in and defeat the white one specifically. But I'm hoping we can get the hat trick. This is the last quest in Gianthold that we're going to do. There's obviously the newer raid, which if they had a one-player mode, I would absolutely do it. Or even if they just had a bring your 11 hirelings mode. I would love for them to expand the hireling system. I know the game wasn't designed for it. I know that they don't like hirelings. I know the hirelings cause a lot of problems. Put the control panel on my side and I'll do it. Okay, just let me tweak the settings. I'll do it. I love hirelings. I like the idea of having the whole party, right? I did not grow up playing Diablo, where you are one player and you get a whole raid together, right? I didn't grow up with the early MMOs. I got into MMOs way later. What I grew up with was like the original Baldur's Gate, and then Neverwinter Nights, and all those other D&D games where you just have the full party all the time, and they're all yours. That's Dungeons & Dragons to me, is I have a whole party. I would love to be able to customize my own hireling. That's something I would pay for. I would have, like, especially if it was just, how to say it. If it was an item where you could make, like, a snapshot of one of your characters, so that you could bring your alternate characters in as hirelings, in a more limited capacity, obviously. Like, they wouldn't have all of your all of your gear and all of your skills, because they wouldn't even know how to use half of them. But, like, let me pick 4. Let me pick 4 things to be on the button. Let me pick 4 more for because they can do more than just the 4 on there, right? Let me pick what 10 total abilities that they try to spam. Let me pick 3 pieces of gear, or maybe just 3 stats to emphasize, or maybe just auto scale them based on level. I don't know. Gear would be cooler. Let me give them. Let me put the weapon and the armor on. Let me pick weapon and armor, and let me pick their skills, and I will give you money for each of my characters, and I have a lot of characters. I would love to just play my own other characters as the hirelings. That'd be awesome. I might even play a cleric long enough to level it up to be a legitimate hireling. Apparently I missed one of the things. I think it's... did I get this one? Nope. That's how I made it through hardcore anyway. Hireling spam, right? I'm not running along. I'm not turning the corner and fighting all those kobolds. I've got Froggo. I've got Kurdak or whatever the level 4 fighter hireling is. I've got the level 3 cleric that you get for the starter pack. Who else is at the low levels? You get at level 7. You get the Velociraptor. That one was the Velociraptor. Did work all the way to level 20. Like obviously the damage falls off, but it was tanky enough to get in the way of stuff all the way to level 20. It was only like maybe... Well, especially when you get into epics. Most of the hirelings are suddenly terrible. But, you know, the Shield Guardian casts Blur. And it can reconstruct itself, so it tanks pretty good. Froggo is amazing at his job for way more levels than he needed to be. The Scarecrow from Barovia is immune to just so much stuff because it's a construct that it also sticks around longer than you'd expect. I've heard that the new one for the next pack that's coming out is going to be another rogue, which is weird to me because they just did Froggo not that long ago. Like, oh, and then there's the Bard from Feywild, right? He casts Haste, and he has heals, and technically he can cast Raise Dead. It's just not on his bar. You have to put him aggressive, and he can't be in combat or he'll panic, but he can cast Raise Dead. At least the epic one can. I don't know if the level 5 one's high enough level, but the epic one absolutely can. But anyway, I heard the new one's going to be another rogue, which is weird. Seems a little early to be repeating classes when it could have been so many other things. Because Froggo handles like level 3 to 10. Super easy. You are chasing me way more than I was expecting. Alright, let's let the freezing aura wear off. Oh no, my shaman's beads are worn. Alright, letting the freezing aura wear off. Oh, it didn't wear off. Alright, now it's off. Because I don't want that stacking up enough to actually freeze me. Oh, and we lost our cold resist. Let's get that back up. Alright, Andaro is not healing himself. Oh, he did heal himself. Alright, they're about the same right now. See, that's what I was trying to avoid, was getting frozen. Alright. Get out of there. My cold resist is still up at least. Alright. Alright. Take him out. Take him out. There we go. Alright, that wasn't too bad. We only got frozen once. And Daro almost died, but actually healed himself. So there we go. Killed all the dragons. As we lag again. Long as I don't get kicked out before I get to open my treasure chest. Treasure chest. Open and loot the treasure chest. Dragon scale, nothing else. Alright. We out. I am goldfish brain. I cannot remember what I was talking about when we went into that dragon fight, but it doesn't really matter. If I ever lose my train of thought and somebody's actually interested in what I was saying, leave a comment. Just somebody asking me about it will be enough for me to remember what I was saying. Usually. We didn't pick up our reward from Dumbface. Alright. Pick this up. Mind's Eye. Is that charisma? Nope, that's intelligence. That's actually pretty cool. Intelligence, Wizardry, and Spell Focus Mastery 3. Too bad I don't have a wizard who cares. I'll take it. I'll take it. Alright, so the whole reason I made sure to pick all those up was that now that we've done all of them, we can get another reward. Alright. Do we want a stick? Combustion, fire lore. Like, that's not going to help anybody. Destruction and bloodletter, not anything I look for. No. This doesn't even have anything on it. Like, okay, yes. I know it has 3 augment slots, okay? But those might as well be blank. You're not going to put augments in a level 23 item. You're going to save them for your endgame stuff. Augments are too hard to get to waste them on something that's not your endgame gear. That's why I don't like them. No. Blurry Ghostly. I like Blurry and Ghostly on a ring. Devotion Radiance. I'm gonna take... Level 23 is a really high level for Blurry Ghostly. I don't think I'm honestly going to use like any of this, but I'll take the ring. It's something. And there should be a saga. Are you the saga? That's the heroic saga. Where is... You're the heroic quests. You're the saga guy. Yeah, hard reward, because we did everything on hard. Claim. Heal and tumble. I mean, heal's not terrible, okay? I will say, the correct answer is actually one of those tomes. I know we have tomes in some of these. No, we don't have tomes in any of them because I didn't use any of the pre-order stuff. So these are all fresh. So, as I was saying, the correct answer is probably heal. Because it does technically give us +3 to our spell power on our healing. And that is more useful than XP that we're not going to need because we're going to be super over super over the XP cap by the time we actually get anywhere. So now we heal slightly better. Actually, cancel out. Okay, I didn't cancel it. I was going to use lay on hands before and after to see what the difference would have been, but 'tis fine. We got a little bit of heal. We're going to dump everything out of my inventory, and by everything I mean the 4 things I picked up I can actually sell. Oh. All of these items, and I don't actually need the thieves' tools. I'm too lazy to sort through my inventory. I need a monster manual for named items so that I don't have to actually keep any of them. I can just pluck them out as I actually want to use them. That is what I want. So, Epic Gianthold. Not as different as I thought it was. It's still Gianthold. It's still good. I really thought this was going to be the pack where we finally started to see some true divergence. But outside of a little bit of dialogue and one boss, it was basically the same. Unless you're doing the raids. If you're doing the raids, completely different raid. But I'll do the raids. Still, we got a lot of XP. Like, it's Gianthold. Gianthold will give you at least a level's worth of XP every time. And on that note, I believe we're going to go level up because we have been leveled up for quite a while. And I don't want to hit XP cap. Advance. Good job. That was an exciting level, wasn't it? Yeah. We got plus to the things. We are almost at the next level already. Now, I am a little sarcastic about that because level 26, if I remember right, is the level that we can get the next tier in our Epic Destinies. So level 26 is not a blank level. Level 26, you get a whole nother tier worth of new stuff to do. And more cores. Let's see. How many points do I need to spend? 20? And I had... Oh yeah, we got plenty. So now we get some armor class. We get some little buffs. But remember, every core also gives you the first core again. So we got another 5 melee power and another 15 HP in addition to the defenses and the armor class. And then I need to spend 1 point to get to the next tier. No. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, I just plus 5 HP. That's probably what I'm going to take. Oh, plus 1 attack and damage. Click. All right. New tier. What do we get? What's our level 26 abilities? +1 crit damage and crit confirmation. Meh. My mantle, which we are using that, right? Yes. The mantle gives you +10 physical and 10 acid, cold, electric absorption and immune to petrification. More defense. It's not terrible. It's not exciting. It's not terrible. Acid, cold, and electricity absorption. Can you think of a recent quest where we could have used specifically those 3 absorptions? What are you? Double strike. I like double strike. When you use concentration. Oh, this is the cowering thing. I like the cowering thing. And just gain improved sunder. Why do I want improved sunder? Doesn't one of these do something with improved sunder? Not that I see. Well, I'm going to skip that for now. We're definitely getting this. So, cower before me. So, whenever I use consecration, that healing fire circle thingy, everybody around me has to make a save or become helpless for the duration. So, it's an AoE paralyze. It will stop me from using adrenaline because consecration is the epic strike for this tree. However, we have How Dare You Strike Me. Being struck by magic, or when we're struck while below 50% HP, we automatically consecrate. Does not trigger the cooldown. I mean, it has its own 2-minute cooldown, but it does not trigger adrenaline's cooldown. So we can run around la smacking things, and if anything actually hits us under 50% HP, it will automatically consecrate and automatically make everyone around us have to save or be paralyzed. That's pretty cool. And it's passive, so I don't have to do it. And I can always do it on purpose. Like, I could push the button to do an AoE paralyze instead of doing adrenaline. How many points we got left? 3? I'm tempted to just get this 6% double strike. We'll get the defense thing and 4% double strike. We still need to spend 5 more points in the tree to get to the top, but that's not for a while because we have to be level 30 for that. Except. More power. We got mail, which I'm pretty sure is the Argonessen favor. Let's see. We are now rank of commended. Huzzah! And since the patron is right, one of you, that one. So, I'm going to take portable hole. I have a bunch of them, right? This is the guaranteed way to get a portable hole, is you do Gianthold, basically. The dragon shards, these ones, these are what you have to turn in to do a feat respec. So, like, if I level up and I take a feat and I'm like, oh, I hate power attack, I'm dumb, I want something different, you have to use one of these that corresponds with your level in order to swap it out. It's not worth it. For one thing, you get one free one by doing this quest right here, Lacania. I should probably do that as like a bonus episode just to show it off. But yeah, it's just a quiz. It's literally a quiz. You go in, you pass the quiz, they give you a free feat respec. I don't normally do it. I mean, unless I need the feat respec, because it'll put a little icon here saying, you have a feat respec. And it's like, no, go away. I don't want you there forever. Most people, if they take the wrong feat, they just TR. They're only going to be on that character for like it's easier to re-level up the character than to try to farm these things out most of the time. Blood of Dragons is neat. If you're a bard, favorite soul, sorcerer, warlock, normally you don't get to change your spells. This lets you change your spells for free for an hour. So if you're switching from acid warlock to electric warlock or sorcerer, if you need to switch a lot of spells at once and you don't want to wait 3 days per spell, you use this. They drop in the daily dice though, so I have a pile of these that I don't use because it's... If I'm going to go from like acid sorcerer to fire sorcerer, I usually just make another character. I just get another character slot. Now I have 2 characters instead of fixing the one. So it usually happens. And I hate the cookies. Like, would you like to cast this spell that does 0 damage 10 times? No. This would be useless if it was an eternal wand. Okay? If this was a level 1 infinite use wand, it still might not be worth taking. Did I get the next one yet? There we go. 1243 HP, 1256 HP. Because what we actually got was the next tier up. I just never accepted the one we had. So we got more HP. It gives you 5 HP. We just have multiple things giving us a percentage bonus to our HP. So we really got, what was that? It was 43 to like 13 HP. We got more than double the value off of it. That's the real reason to do it. Alright, well, I'm out. This has been another 2 hours. This is going to be 4 hours for just Gianthold. Wow, I need to shut up and play the game. Where are we going next? Okay. Next. Legitimately something brand new. Never before seen on this playlist. Actually new. Guaranteed. Not me thinking it's something. It's 100% guaranteed. Brand new. We're going to Three Barrel Cove. I know. Shush. I know Three Barrel Cove is like level 3 to 5 or something. I know we've been there. But Three Barrel Cove has an additional quest. Not a new raid, a new quest. There's one level 25, I want to say, quest in Three Barrel Cove. Which, of course, we're going to do last. Because it does still have some of the originals upscaled to epic. But yeah, next time we get an actual new quest. I get to actually describe a new quest instead of just babble while we ram our way through something we've already done. New quest. Next time. Thanks for watching.